Morning, morning. Anything moving here? Yikes. PGC, you had it at 810 or 81. Well, I mean, you're never gonna. I mean, you'll never be able to hold and you know hit the entire move. It's impossible. You have to trade your trade plan. For me on the 1 minute pullbacks and candle over candle, if my entry's here, ideally I am exiting as soon as I break this level here. And especially if I'm running in a Bollinger Band, that's all I can do. I mean, I have no idea if this thing's going to keep going and going and going. Well, that's not my trade plan. If I'm in a market that is super hot and things do continue to run, I'll sell some here so I can lock in the profit, and then I'll stop out, break even on the rest. But you just never know. Like, we're not in a market of momentum right now. It's like things will get one pop, and then the candle over candle usually fails right now. It's a really weird market, really tough market. So what you're experiencing is what a lot of new traders experience is you have like FOMO basically. Oh my gosh, I had the right idea, but look how much I left on the table. An experienced trader didn't even care. It doesn't even enter their brain cells of, oh my gosh, look what I left on the table. Oh my gosh. How do I give that back? Because there's no way of knowing. You just stick to your trade plan, and if it works and you're green on it, mission accomplished. This is called COVID. It's trying to take it at 35. I just got on. I literally rolled. Look at my face. I literally rolled out of bed. Stocky freaking throwing shade here. And I can't even see straight. What do we got? Check my DMs. All right, what are we in? You're still in that? You held that entire time? Since December?
Mass attack starts
Mother of
in
God.
5.
Come
4,
on, man.
3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
Guess what? My freaking music on here doesn't work. So go ahead and throw it. Here, I'll change. Maybe I have another song. I don't know. Just throw stuff at the screen. I don't have my music on this computer yet, so you don't have the do. Let me see. Let me see if we can just change it. Let me just play something, maybe, huh? Oh, here's a good one. I'm sure you guys will like this. Yeah, there you go. Uh-huh. So anyway, like I was saying, Bishop, be happy on the green trade. Ain't nothing looking decent right now. Where am I in bed with NVIDIA after yesterday? Like my stance on it? Thank you, Chikabawa. Thank you so much. How did Microsoft screw it? I know Microsoft's down for it, but KZI, how you doing? Clinical trial launch. Okay. Huh. ATHA. I just flipped that and it wasn't near the low of the day. Oh, it's trying to. What is it trying to do? All right, before I was rudely interrupted, Nick mentioned something. Let me scroll up here. UPS lists 50% POF. It's Amazon business. Yikes. Wait, what? UPS to cut Amazon business by more than 50%. Why? That's really weird. The shipping company wants to cut 50% of the business with the biggest shipper in the world. Got it. Got it. Huh. All right. KZIA coming back up. We've seen this before. The dip and the rip, right? Start a damn clinical trial. It's a one. Doing short DraftKings with the pussy football. So there's plenty of people will play it to gamble. Or will watch it to gamble. I have no doubt about that. Gambling can make anything fun. All right. Jumped right over mortar. There we go. Eat her. I don't have shares. Okay, there we go. No bullshit today. Uh-huh. Why is Matrix not showing up? YouTube. Where's the This went to 250. Okay. CEO. Oh, jeez. Tesla might have a day today. The earnings wasn't that great, but the freaking Musk comes out with growth, growth, growth. Next year is going to be amazing. The year after is going to be super amazing. The year after that is going to be unbelievably amazing, amazing. So people like growth. Okay, this is getting annoying. Yeah. Oh my. Let me look in a second there, Soils. Well, I probably would have sold half, but not a good look right now. It's kind of looking like backside. KZIA, I think I just missed my trade here. Did it cock? No, it did not. All right, add be around 250. So this pullback is actually lasting a little too long, in my opinion. I don't really like when you get into 4 minutes of pullback. Still work, but I don't tend to like it. The 30-second cock into a 1 minute. Can you do it? What's this level? 72. Struggling there. Should still volume. No. There's a 72 level. Did it break it? Oh, it did break it. It's no bueno. Yeah. Let's see, can I short this? No way. And can't short it. Okay. What's up, different mates? Trying to get my freaking right now. A YouTube chat ain't showing up, which is annoying. I don't know. The crash yesterday was the DGNX or whatever it was. Yeah, that was. I went back and looked at the timestamp on that right here. Literally, I bought, and then 1 second later, 1 second, I went and looked at the 1 second chart just to confirm I'm not crazy. 1 second. You couldn't have timed that any better. And then, of course, you know, I'm looking down here. It dips to about this level, comes back up, and then dips again. And I'm like, all right, I'll stop out. Well, guess what? So, yeah. What my day, boys. It was not my day. I got back half of my day, though. I was able to trade Tesla a little later. I signed off. Well, after I exited the trade, it was down like over $8,000. And I finished the day yesterday minus 3,700 or 3,800, which I can live with. But that was yesterday. Just could not get anything going for me. Oh, you're talking about the plane crash? Or the helicopter? Yeah, that's a little weird, man. That's a little weird. Like, a Black Hawk is going to have all sorts of... even the other craft is going to have all sorts of, like, collision shit going off. I don't know. But that also takes some freaking to line up perfectly like that. I don't know. Horrible for sure, but just seems really weird. Guy goes over the ATC. I don't know what that means. All right. ELA. obesity therapy trial, basically. Oh, look at the seller show up. Look at that seller show up. Okay. See if this can get over that hump. Oh, okay. It's not the greatest headline, but it is fat drug. So you never know. It's trying to spread its wings. Look at the sellers, man. Nah. Too many sellers. High 135. Much over 135. That'd be a daily level. I don't know why this thing's so beat up, but it is. SPAI popping up. Patent drone AI platform, Ukraine's. Thanks. Didn't sell her, really? I ain't playing that game. KZIA moving down to the 9, EMA on the 5. Valk, I didn't see you. Oh, that was 2 hours ago. What the hell? That's the release date, 9 a.m. I think. Yep. So if anybody gets one, I'm gonna try to get 2 at least, which is gonna be impossible because they're all gonna sell out in about 5 seconds, and every website's gonna crash because the freaking bots are going to run it, just nuke the websites. I don't know why YouTube chat isn't showing up. It's annoying. All right, let's see if this thing can do the same thing KZIA did. Okay. Well, hmm. Damn it. Okay. A minute would be over 54. Locking it in. Now I can play around with the extra here. It's a failed cock. Shocker. Ugh. So failed cock into a cock. Not good. Probably need a 5 minute on this now. Tesla ripping. We'll see. Maybe bounce off the 9, gets it going again. Look at the sell volume. Holy hell. It's a 30-second cock here. Not paying attention again here. I missed this one. There's a 30-second cuck. Really didn't do anything. If that holds up, we might have a 30-second cock over 340 for another attempt up. No. Oh, yes. There we go. What did I get filled at? 47. Freaking high of the candlestick. $360 break. Come on. Come on. Wow. Look at the selling, man. So close. Auction score. You go into auctions. You won that shit for $11? Wait. What? $46? I see that. Dude, why is ETH plays absolutely juicing recently? ECB cuts rates. Okay. Get the freaking sell volume, man. This is disgusting. KZIA still down. Sell volume still there. It is declining though. We'll see. STAI. What are you? Bitcoin with some juice right now. I think that's because of the Eurozone. We've been thrifting goodwill, whatever. Still feel like I haven't bought in a long time because I haven't listed anything in a very long time. Like I've said before, the part I hate is the listing part. I love finding the gems. A mod. Okay, what's this? Okay. Let's see if it can hold up. This is very delayed move here. What am I waiting for? A candle over candle play on the 30-second at the very minimum, which would be over 290 right now. But I mean, this is popping up randomly 15 minutes after the news came out, so I'm a little sus on it. That's a 30-second cuck. It's a 1-minute cuck now. People buying the 250. Yeah. Please say the ticker you're trading. Some of us can't say the ticker site. Well, I can't do that every time. You can ask, but if you're watching from your phone, it's going to be difficult. This is one that currently is AMOD. I switch tickers all the time. There's just no way I'm going to be able to call out every ticker. Too much brain power to do that. So this is the first 1 minute cock. I mean, this should absolutely have done something. And it's really not. Look at the sellers, though. Sellers are waiting. The sellers are here. Yeah, I don't like this, man. I don't like this one bit. Should have done better than that. Went all the way to almost 330. First 1 minute cock can only get you 2 pennies. Come on. KZIA. That's not terrible. MACD wants to go. It's a decent look there, homie. 9 EMA. Might get a pop out of it. AOMD now going. So this is now a W over 69. Did it break that? It did break 69. So now it's a failed W. Unless it can get going. Second attempt, maybe. Oh, it broke. Okay. This is so much harder for this thing to move through here than it was through here. Not a good sign. Come on. Get going. Get going. There's your buy volume. Still, though, struggling. Come on, do some stupid shit. It's $3. Bollinger Japan ain't being a friend. Horseshit, Phil. Three, 30-second cuck, of course. This is going to go into a 1 minute cuck, isn't it? $30-second cock right now. This is Bollinger Band. We're gonna pull back, get room underneath Bollinger Band, and then we're gonna go, right? 30-second cuck. 1 minute cuck. Oh, no. Take that back. It broke 3 pretty easily. That's good. I'm gonna cock 317. Oof. You see that dip? That's no good. That's really not good. Nah. Nah. Oh, I thought it broke. Okay, so still have resistance here, but should have gone. Where am I at today before I get crazy? $68. Awesome. Okay. Haven't made freaking jack. 306, maybe. $306 was the level. Thought I was gonna go. Oh, there we go. How does that not break? And now you're gonna dump. Now you're gonna dump. It's a cuck. What is this stock, man? Well, that should have dumped, but it didn't. Yet. Had a good entry too. 304. Ah, man. All right. 1 minute cock. I'm probably gonna play here. If we get it. Look at the still volume coming over. What am I looking for? 97 bright? Nope. Thought I was gonna get it. I might. Nope. BLNE exclusive Benzinga headline. Ah. 2.3% GDP. This is starting to get some volume. Come on, you got all this volume out of nowhere, and now you're not going to push it? Okay, somehow the news headline is just now hitting STAI. I don't get that. Taking half off. Wow, that hit 217. Got a good entry on this. And there's nothing else moving. So let's just see what it do. Already taking some profit. Markets are ripping now. They had some issues to start, but they are juicing. It's a lot of volume on this TAI. 30-second cock on it would be right there at 205. What was the headline again? Deploys its advanced AI-driven security screening technology to protect multiple nuclear power plants operated by Ontario's power generation. Huh. All right, 215 would be the first one, or 216. I'm sorry, be the first 1 minute, which hitting this needs to break and go. Like, you cannot do a double top here. You are the only thing moving. Like, rip through this mother. Rip through it. There we go. Jeez. Let's look at some stupid stuff just in case. So I assume they've had a contract and now they're deploying it. The successful deployment and operational launch of Viscutting. Okay, so yeah. So they did what they said they were going to do. Is the headline. Taking more off. And now I can really, I got 500 shares. That's all I'm green. Oh my gosh. All right. What a morning. And I can play around with this last bit, I guess. The headline, not the greatest. Here's Shaman's claims my 1602. Okay. A mod is a 5 minute right now. Might be worth going back and looking at. This can't even get back over 2. As I say that. It reclaims. A lot of volume still. STAI still hanging out. I mean, AMOD. Bolda 2 is decent right now. Oh my gosh, it's gonna rip through these levels. STAI over 204. Okay. Or you could just do that. Stop everybody out. After all that, that's all you're gonna do? After all that. Nope. Yeah, STAI. The headline's starting to catch up to the price here. Now it goes. All right. Daily levels on this guy. It's creeping. And again, with AMOD, thing ran 20%, took out 1% gain because it lingered for 10 seconds. AMOD's tough, man. I haven't made any money on it, so you made more than me. I made 3 cents here. I lost 9 cents here. I lost 10 cents here. Lost 5 cents total there. I lost 3 cents here. Jeez. Okay, so I made money one time and lost 5 others. Like, this is a tough trader. It doesn't really open up very well. That's why I'm only up 183 bucks right now. And you know, what is this? 21 million share float? That big? No, 3 million share float, and you're getting 500k shares a minute. It ain't easy. SVRA. This Wolf is interesting. It's got 27% short interest. Big float though. Well, 3 hold. Oh, you got the 1 minute cock with it. Okay. AMCR with some juice here. Not really sure what's up with that. What is up with this thing? Whoa, ST8. Big 5-minute pop there. All the way to $2, basically. A CMR. Chuck just freaking popped the shit out of that thing. Carisdale saying this is their largest position. ACMR. Huh. All right. Let's try him. I'll play the $2 level. Hopefully that sticks. Not a good look. They're trying to fill us, and it might roll over. Yep, rolled over. See if we can pop back over 2. Yeah. AMOD, another 5-minute. Last one worked out really nice. My monitor just turned off. It's getting really annoying. I swear NVIDIA's freaking making shit go wrong on their 3000 series cards on purpose. And it's back on. Okay. Can we get over 95? A mod trying. Damn, dude. $97. It's a 1 minute. Can't believe this can't get back over 2. I'm out. Whatever. Screw it. $10. Oh yeah, they released in freaking 8 minutes. Let me. I gotta get my credit card. All right. I don't know which one I want. $27. $25, $27. All right. Can it do it? Cuck and go would be amazing here. 210 break. 209, whatever. I don't see any headlines. All the websites for all the 5090s are just straight up borked right now. Yep. Website temporarily unavailable. All right. Whatever. These prices, something. STAI trying again. SG safe and green. It's gonna be the day. Are all the 5090s already sold out? I can't find any of them. Okay. That one's stock. Everything out of stock. Let me call my local Best Buy. Maybe they got one just sitting there. Nah, you gotta remember, I live in a small enough town where there might not be a line, nor people have the extra money right now to be throwing around at a graphics card. It's not even open yet. This has done a complete red to green here. At 48. What the hell? Take half here. Lock it in. Okay. Holy shit. A 50's holding, man. We need a little juice through it, though. Okay. BBAI popping up. Isn't that the same headline BBAI's had? I think it is. Oh, sweet. SPCB, another offering, $11 a share. Not terrible. $50.80. Yeah, man. I think they're all gonna sell out. The rumor, I mean, worst case scenario, Soils, is that you can freaking return it. They're all going to sell out. The supply is incredibly low. If you can get your hands on one, you're good. Sell it on Facebook Marketplace. You won't even, well, I don't know. You not live in a big area. I mean, everything is sold out. PCSA. Giving back all the gains from whatever popped it. Just looks like an ass chart, man. TECX back through the highs. Wow. That's the 1 minute there. On StockX, they're trying to sell the 5090 right now for $5,200. That's double. Someone will pay it though. For the first week anyway. Till prices settle in. Gold, silver, long term, it's an inflation play. Right? So I don't view it as like unless someone figures out how to make gold. Like they make diamonds these days. Want to talk about destroying the world store of value. That's a good price, Soils. If you can buy that, you could probably make $1,000 on it. I don't even know what Master Ice, what brand. So as I'd buy it from you for that price. Oh, the white one. Yeah, the white one will be the slowest to sell just because you need like a white build to do it. What people will do as well is a lot of times you can only buy these graphics cards at launch. You can only buy them if you got like a whole PC. So what people will end up doing is buying the whole PC package that certain companies pop up push out or whatever, and they'll end up selling. They'll rip out the GPU, sell it, and then part out the rest of the computer. And Ben, is that what you're doing? I mean, even in the small e-tailers, 5 minutes. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for graphics cards. Like I'm gonna find one. All right, 5 minute break. Be back for the open. mod with juice. Wow. Okay. ACMR, watch that $20 level. It's already cucked here. Whoop-dee gifting out 577 to the channel now. What did you trade, Whoop-dee? Huh?
Opportunity.
Did you trade?
Okay. It's no money. Okay.
Tesla calls? Like from yesterday? It's pushing 400 right now. Nice work, dude. Funny story on that. I took 10 shares in my swing account just for funsies, right? And I was going to sell it if it dipped and it sold off. So I sold for like minus $100. Whatever. As soon as I sold, 2-3 minutes later, did the little curl thing, started going up, high day. So I traded it in my main account and made some fat stacks. Well, got money back, I should say, from yesterday. It's a loss. But the only reason why it went back up, you should all be thanking me, is because I sold my 10 shares in my swing account at a $100 loss. So there's that. $54.30. Jeez. Whippy as shit. Good fill. Well, I say that, and then the freaking bid. Still in half. Just to, make sure I don't get completely dicked over. This is 50. My monitor just turned off. What is going on with the monitor today? There we go. Oh, horseshit, Phil. I think I got to shorten one of my wires. NVIDIA bounce watch. I don't know, man. I think we're going to go visit that 120 level first. Nothing to do with AMD. What did AMD do? Google? Wires. I don't see anything on AMD. Listen, not everyone has freaking Bloomberg sitting on their desk. All right? This freaking guy. This looks like a kind of a 30-minute left head, right shoulder, neckline. This looks ugly. I'm just going to take a little piece just in case. Oh, are you talking about AMD chips like the one I have in my computer? I see what you're saying now. So funny. I'm actually very pleased with how my computer's performing. AMOD, holy piss, 480. What the hell? All right, you're at this 478 level. Stop on quote 475. Okay. It's just because I'm going out of the. It's a leverage play. I don't want to have all the shares caught up. You know, FTG. Let's go 5 months, homie. It's just a leverage play. It's okay, cheese. It's okay. It's a very. Yeah. If it gets over the 9 EMA, I'm out. A couple $100. NVDS. Okay, if I were to play NVDS, first off, there's no margin on eTurd with it, right? So if I take this 2,000 shares, like I normally would, my shit's locked up. That means that the other things I can play, I can't play because my cash is locked up in this $60,000 worth. So now everything else that I'm playing, it allows me to play other things. Instead of having 60,000 locked up, it's only 1,000. You are making too. It's not about the gains. And look, here we go. See, I bought puts, it reverses. I go short, it reverses. Now we have the 5-minute cock. This is where I stop out. This is where I stop out. $350 loss. Not the end of the world. It would have been the same loss had I taken your NV whatever. ACMR, high a day. Broke it. AMOD has a 1 minute. $5.19. stand and turn around and touch your toes. What? You know what that means. Look at that bounce on NVIDIA. Good stop loss, SJ. Good stop loss. Holy shit balls. Yeah, that's a false break. I wish I could short that. Can I short this? I don't think I can. Nope. This would be an easy short right now. Failed cock into a cuck. Easy short. Can't do it. Now it goes. Their truth. Check both today. I haven't heard any of that. You're the only person I've heard that from, Cheese. Bitcoin's juicing right now, though. ACMR might do a cuck and go here. The spreads. Okay. Bitcoin's actually kind of juicing. I think this was a breakout level, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Got room to 107. Man, the market's juicing too. Don't like the 4-hour being up here, but we are squeezing on the squeeze indicator. Recovered this entire drop and then some, clearing some levels. Cut go on the 4 hour. Sorry. We might get the 107. We'll see. Can we not have a $4 spread? I mean, jeez. KZIA, maybe a 5-minute. 239. SPGC. Curling. Watch this one. Penny play. Tesla dumping. Holy moly. Okay, hello. It's gonna break this 39. Okay. All right, it worked out. Good little play. And now I wish I can short it. What is this? 212? Can't short it. Easiest shorts in the world, man. Easiest shorts in the world. They use the word game changer. Hmm. More than 200,000 shares. I don't even know what this candlestick really is. Can't move 10 cents on a 4 million share stock. Tells you probably all you need to know. NUWE. If I could get the actual chart, that would be helpful. AMOD 5 minute. The 5 minutes have worked well on AMOD. All right. Get me out of this shit. Tech, ACMR. Waiting on the 5 on any knee. Go for a bounce. I think those are just following NVIDIA, honestly, man. I think if you're playing NNE and OKLO, you need to have NVIDIA up. I don't know these freaking stocks. Tesla getting wrecked, man. Dip and rip on MU. There's that $1. Aw. I thought that was gonna 1 minute there. That wall keeps coming down and he has to get taken out, otherwise we're just gonna bleed out. NUWE. There's now pushing it. Suits are pushing it now. Oh freaking A, look at that. They got it going. Fires. We're gonna break it. For 105. Fox is juicing. FOXX. So that should have done better. I'm gonna get out. That should have done better. Way better. Yeah, that's about right. Holding up. Jeez. XRP pushing 315. That hit an alert. Don't know what I had set up there. Oh, okay, yeah. It's 315 levels, kind of nice. See if it keeps going. Are you gonna do anything with that? Okay. AMOD. Doing the 5-minute again. One half size because I'm a little late to the party. MACD needs to flip. FOXX is showing a 950 resumption. What the hell? Bitcoin over 106.1 now. You see 871? Okay. Yeah, no news from what I could see. I heard Jesus beep. I don't see his message. That's weird. of course, the 5-minute I take is the one that fails in craters. Got it. Cool. There it is. Cock and drop. 5-minute. All right. Check 1 on the bullshit counter. Where are we at on the day? $200. Freaking A. Yeah, I saw it. It's crazy. I don't think that AA should be down because of the crash. And it's obviously an in-air collision. Boy, this I'm sorry. Yeah. There's no way this opens up. $5 spread. $4 spread. What are we doing? ION. Shut up, jeez. DG and X, if the spreads weren't so freaking massive. Is this halting now? Okay. Ugh. Bitcoin 1064. Somehow Beto is not responding. There we go. Keep going, bud. BWF. BW Hi-Fi, what's up? That's a nasty candle on NVIDIA. It's a nasty 5. 121.9 break. I mean, can I shoot short with shares? Make cheese proud. Gotta go all the way back up here again. Let's do it. Why not? NVDL. Again, I can't really do that very well because I need to have the underlying up. Tulsi's looking hot. Is her confirmation hearing today? That one should be a fiery one. KZIA coming back up. Fox. The juice. Holy hell. $9. No news. I'm telling you, it's the no news meta. If you have news, you cannot do what FOXX is doing. Does it have news? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. $17.02. I traded before. I wanted to try and make 500 a day starting out full time. How do you think it'll take me to get good enough to reach that goal? Capital is no issue. It can take it to, well, first off, while you're learning, do not use real money. You will lose it. Promise you. To make $500 a day is possible, certainly, but it takes time. It's not overnight. You've got to develop a strategy that works, that's predictable, something that you're comfortable with. Five. Are we gonna break it here? 4, 5. Right up. Are you fucking kidding me again, man? With this shit. See what I mean? See what I mean? Just like that. Lost all my gains for the day right there. So it's not easy. Case in point. Okay. Is this open? Is this open? I think so. DGNX high days 48. There it goes. There it goes. Can't exit. Gold all-time high? What's it at right now? I don't have it up, obviously. Not my game. Okay, this just cocked. Fantastic. I'm just trying to get out. I didn't. Market orders are not going through. This is quality. This is quality E-Trade. There we go. There we go. Okay. Nvidia pushing down. We're heading towards that 120 area, huh? Futures. We get the daily cuck on Nvidia. I read what you gave me, Cheese. A media source talk about it. I wonder if there's more to it. Like, yes, you have to have the chip, but you have to have the ability to program that chip and the engineers to do that. Like with NVIDIA stuff, they're a dime a dozen. They're everywhere, right? Everybody knows how to do that. Can you just, hey, I'm going to swap over to this one? I don't know. But if we do break this 120 here, we're going to see every retailer that just bought the dip the other day probably stop out. TECX, very tight 5-minute with a cuck. 50, 51. Fox 1 minute. Fox looking for 10 again. Five-minute cuck and nothing happened. Fox pushing for 10. 133 might work on this NUWE. RR. Advent Health partnership. Tweeting that they partnered with Advent Health RR. It's a big name. 39 million share float. All right. A mod 5-minute. It's probably a diagonal through here now. Something maybe. It's a tough spot. TECX 5128. Really tight. EBTL gave it all back. NUWE. Here's the 5-minute. Just looking for a small scalp on this thing. There's a massive wall at 120 here on NVIDIA. It was there yesterday too. I don't know if it's even gets to it. We'll see. Google 5. Good luck. Good luck. It'll be telling if it even touches that 120, that first go. Oh, 170. Look how broken the volume is right now. Damn. Oh, it just broke everything. Yeah, make sure that's fine. 119.50. There we go. We're just now catching up. Holy dung, that was a break. I gotta reload that chart. That is dicked. 119.50. So now you got the daily cuck. Reclaim of 120 would be somewhat bullish, I guess. Damn, she's cratering good now. Damn, dude. $119. Let's see if it breaks first time or not. Much smaller wall there at 119. And gone. Lock in half here. Amigos on video. I see 3 that got filled. Is there more? Can I see a picture? Yeah, I'll give you the daily levels of. You talking about the 1 day, the Ether Q levels? 1 day min is, call it 117, which is right where we bounced before. I was watching the book map on this thing. I don't even know if I have. Pull this over here. There's channels on YouTube that give book maps. I was watching this guy. I mean, this was the big one, right? I mean, blew through it. So filled this big guy, filled this big guy, filled this big one. I don't think there's any more below. Does that mean we're going to bounce now? Probably. But we'll see. I would say reclaim of 120 would be the bullish thing. That's my guess. Big guy at 118. Yeah, the chart doesn't show that low. So if you have Bookmap, you probably see it. I was also watching the Gamma changes. All right. I have an updated picture of lower. Thank you. So you got 118 and then you got 115 and then 110. Jeez. I wonder if my thesis will play out. This might be the metaverse moment. You know, the $86 meta that you buy. And they shift. We'll see. RFK's in front of the Senate committee again? Oh, we gotta watch that. What? So they're doing Tulsi and him? What? RFK Jr. confirmation hearing. He's not live right now. What? Is he?
Healthcare, all people, not what we're talking about. But in fact, there is
this it?
serious
Day two?
discussion of massive cuts to Medicaid, which will have devastating harm on children, people in nursing homes. All I am asking you, if that proposal goes through, will you say, hey, you're not keeping America healthy by throwing children off of healthcare?
Senator, I haven't seen any of the congressional proposals. I can only tell you what President Trump has told me, which is that he wants me to make Medicaid, Medicare, and Obamacare better.
Well, if you haven't seen those proposals, suggest you go to any newspaper. They're there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Paul.
You know, I think the discussion over
Fox moving back
vaccines
up.
is so oversimplified and dumbed down that we never really get to real truths, and it's why
Fox 5 Minute
people
was
up here are
beautiful.
so separated from real people.
Props
at
to you
home.
guys that got
So we talk
that,
about
if you were paying
hepatitis
attention.
B. It's a terrible disease. It
5
can
Minute
lead
cuck,
to
really
liver
tight
failure,
candle,
as the
play
chairman
off of
said.
that. That's ideal.
The reason
Bishop,
you
if
have
you're looking to
distrust
play
for
5
people at
minutes,
home,
this
why
is
they
like
don't
the
believe
ideal
anything
setup.
You say, they don't believe
You get a
government
5
at
minute
all,
cuck,
is you're
a
telling
really
your
tight
kid to
range
take
5
a
minute
hepatitis
candle to
B
play off
vaccine
of
when
for the
he's 1 day
cock.
old.
This is
You get
ideal.
it through drug use and sexually transmitted. That's how you get hepatitis B. But you're telling me my kid has to take it at 1 day old. You're not. That's not science. And so every person with a bit of common sense, even people who don't resist vaccines, I vaccinated all my kids. I believe vaccines are one of the modern miracles beyond all pale. The Speckled Monster is a great book about the introduction of the smallpox vaccine in 1720 into our country. All miracles. But I'm not a one-size-fits-all. It's not all or nothing. I chose to wait on my hepatitis B vaccine, and we did it when they went to school. Does that make me an awful person? Does that make me an anti-vaxxer because I questioned the government dictate of whether I do it? And I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm only speaking for myself. But for goodness sakes, let's have an honest debate about these things. The COVID vaccine. If you ask me my opinion, the reporters run up and down the aisle and they say, you still anti-vaccine? No, I'm pro-vaccine. But on the COVID vaccine, and on the COVID illness, there was a 1,000-fold or more difference between the elderly and children. If you don't acknowledge that, you're committing malpractice. You're showing your ignorance. If you say a 6-month-old must be mandated to get it, the science is not there. So all this blather about the science says this and the science says that, no, it doesn't. The science actually shows that no healthy child in America died from COVID. Look it up. No healthy child died from COVID. And so the thing is that it's 1,000-fold greater. So if you ask me my advice as a physician, if you were 65 or older or overweight and some other conditions, I would have said, hell yes, I'd take the COVID vaccine. The risks of the disease were real and much greater than the vaccine. But if you ask me, should my healthy 6-month-old get it? See, these are the nuances you're unwilling to talk about because there's such a belief in submission. Submit to the government. Do what you're told. There is no discussion. There ought to be a debate. You're not going to let him have the debate because you're just going to criticize and say, it is this and admit to it or we're not going to appoint you. But it's more complicated than that. And this is why people distrust government because you're unwilling to have these conversations. And go home. Ask your Democrat young mothers, your Republican young mothers, if they're vaccinating their kid for hepatitis B and they're like,
the whole chart again.
"Do I have to do that?
Apologize,
Day one is this precious
Apologize.
little baby. Is there science to say you shouldn't do it? Probably not, but it's my kid. You know, it's like, there isn't clear-cut science saying not to. But on autism, There's no good science of anything to show what causes autism. We don't know. It's a profound disease. I know many moms here and dads who have kids with autism. I know them personally. I've met their kids. But the thing is they saw their kids developing completely normal, maybe speaking 100 words go to no words at about 15 months of age. Now, there isn't proof. There isn't proof that the vaccines cause it. That's true. There isn't proof that it causes it. But we don't know what causes it yet, so shouldn't we be at least open-minded? We take 72 vaccines. Could it be? I don't know. But we shouldn't just close the door and say we're no longer, because we believe so much in submission, we're not going to have an open mind to study these things. And so it's sort of this crazy notion. Schizophrenia, I would put in the same notion. You have a kid who's completely normal to 18 or 19, and their brain goes haywire. How does that happen? It's the most bizarre disease. Shouldn't we be open? Could it be our food? It might be vaccines, it might be our food, but autism's more common. I don't know about the schizophrenia statistics, but autism is more common. Shouldn't we want to be open-minded? Instead, we're so closed-minded and we're so consensus-driven that the science says this. Well, science doesn't say anything. Science is a dispute, and 10 years from now, we could all be wrong. We were told in the beginning, 20 years ago, they did this enormous study, and they said, everybody over 50 should take an aspirin. I thought, well, that's a pretty good idea. It makes sense. But you know what? 20 years later, they measured it. And they found if you had no heart disease and you were taking aspirin, your chance of dying from a brain bleed or from a stomach bleed were greater than the risk of heart disease. If you have heart disease, they still say take an aspirin. If you don't, they've changed their mind 20 years later. But would you have all said I was crazy and I should no longer be in public discourse if I had said 20 years ago?
Didn't realize
"Oh,
we
I like
reclaimed
taking an
120
aspirin.
on that
I
in
ride my
video."
bike all the time. I'm afraid I might hit my head." But that's what country's about. It's what dissent is about. So just ask you to look at the larger picture and give the guy a break who says, I just want to follow the science where it leads without presupposition. I think really what we have up here is presupposition. You've already concluded. It's absolute that autism isn't caused by it. We don't know what causes autism, so we should be more humble in what we say. Sorry I didn't get to a question.
For the record,
LUNR, intuitive machines.
if a child is
LUNR
born to a
pumping, here's
hepatitis
the
B
highs
mother,
on a spike in volume,
that child may have a
22 to
95%
53,
chance of becoming a
LUNR.
chronic carrier. But if the
And we
child,
vaccinate those people, and nobody's against that.
But if the child-
That's a very small percentage and
I
a
may
red
finish.
herring. That is not what we're talking about. 99.9% of kids don't have a hepatitis B, Mom. And could they wait a while? Could they get vaccinated 3 months or a year? Yes.
So again, for the record,
Tango Sandy, QBTS.
if the mother's hepatitis B status is known, then that can be delayed. The problem is oftentimes, or at least a significant percentage of the time, the mother's status is not known. If she's hepatitis B positive, a vaccine on day one of life prevents chronic hepatitis B 95% of the time. So it really depends upon the knowledge of the mother's hepatitis B status. And when they used to do just, okay, we know the mother's status or not, there's mothers that snuck through. Their status was unknown. We can blame the OBs, yeah, Marshall. But for the record, there is an absolute
There it
rationale
goes.
for
Of
that.
course.
But
Had
you
the
know what?
exit
The
for
mother's
it
status
go.
is definitively known that it can be safely delayed.
We even green.
So,
Barely green.
Now, Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. HHS has really broad and critical responsibilities to protect and preserve healthcare and social services, from women's health to childcare to biomedical research. That's just a few. In light of last night's tragedy, I do want to express my thoughts and prayers. But it is, I think, a painful reminder to all of us that we need competent people running our federal agencies to respond when a crisis strikes. Mr. Kennedy, let me start
SMR,
by
new
talking
scale
about
power, getting a
vaccines.
pop to the high
I think we all agree that
24/17,
cancer
seeing activity in the
is particularly nefarious chronic disease.
weekly
And the
23.5
American Cancer
calls on
Society
Sandy
reported
Microbiome.
earlier this month that women under 50 are experiencing a dramatic increase in
That's
the
your haircut.
incidence of that
Damn you.
disease. Fortunately, there is clear data showing that the HPV vaccine has saved lives and cut cervical cancer rates dramatically. You have called
This
the
is for
HPV
RFK
vaccine,
Jr.
quote, dangerous
ACON,
and
new
defective,
highs and
said
halted
it
at
actually
$11.14
increases the risk
after
of cervical cancer.
one for
Do you stand by
370
those
reverse
statements,
stock
yes or
split.
no?
That's Alfred Troliaski, November.
The HPV vaccine, I brought litigation. I
Yes or
represented.
no?
I represented.
Stand by your statements.
Let me answer.
I'm trying to, yes
Senator,
or no. It's a simple yes or no.
I
Stand by your previous statement.
I litigated on that issue. I represented hundreds of young girls who felt that they were injured by the vaccine. That trial is happening right now in Los Angeles.
Well,
Senator
let me-
Those questions will
CHSN
be
Charlie's
answered by a
Hotel
jury
saying
in that
November
trial.
shows Arsini spike in
You
activity
said
new
that
highs.
no loving parents would
CHSN.
allow their daughter to receive that vaccine. If confirmed as HHS secretary, would you recommend that parents get their children vaccinated against HEB?
I recommend that children follow the CDC schedule. And I will support the CDC schedule when I get in there, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed.
Would you recommend that parents get their children vaccinated against the measles? Yes or no?
Against measles? Yes.
Well, I just remind everybody that parents look to our health leaders for advice on these decisions. You would be a health leader, and for the record, I would like to put into the record his previous statements on these vaccines. I do want to ask you a question about character. I still believe character matters, and I want to let you respond to this. You were accused of sexual harassment and assault by Eliza Cooney, who was first hired as a part-time babysitter by your family. When you were confronted about this accusation, you said you were, quote, not a church boy, and that you, quote, have so many skeletons in my closet. You then texted Ms. Cooney an apology and indicated you had no memory of what she described. Mr. Kennedy, I'm asking you to respond to those accusations seriously in front of this committee. Did you make sexual advances towards Ms. Cooney without her consent? Yes.
No, I did not. And that story has been debunked.
But why did you apologize to her then?
I apologize for something else.
Well, that's not my understanding. Are there, let me just ask you.
All you have to read is the text which she published. It's not for that.
That is not how I've read it. Are there any other instances
Let's read the
where
text.
you have made sexual advances
What is her
towards
name?
an
Alyssa
individual
Cooney?
without their consent? Just yes or no?
No.
Mr. Kennedy.
Kennedy says he will support development of bird flu vaccines.
You said that you're going to say to NIH scientists, God bless you all.
Do I
Thank you
have
for
the
your
slow-
public service. We're going to give infectious disease a break for 8 years.
Excuse me?
Do I have
You
a
said you
slow?
were-
Someone get me a
just said thank you
freaking
for your
faster
service to our federal
feed.
employees. You want to give infectious disease a break. That's a quote. Will you support the development and distribution of vaccines for the avian flu? Yes or no?
Will I, for the avian flu? Yes.
Shut up, Coach Red.
But my time's almost up, but having read a lot and listened to a lot, I just want to remind all my colleagues that by voting to confirm Mr. Kennedy, we would be telling our constituents he's worth listening to. That alone could get people killed before he even lifts a finger, because he does not even need the levers of power to influence.
I wonder how
people.
many
As
of
we
these
saw in
people-
Samoa, all he needs is a megaphone.
What's her
To
name?
affirm his
Alyssa
views
Cooney?
by voting to confirm him as our highest health official. We
RFK
should not mince
Jr.
words about what that would mean.
Cooney.
When babies die from whoopee
Text.
cough because parents weren't sure if the vaccine was safe, we will have to look them in the eye. When measles sweeps through school, then hospitals, nursing wards, will this be worth it? There are political realities, we all get that, but there's also right and wrong, fact and fiction.
Nobody's posting
And
the
there's
actual
also
text.
people staying healthy or dying pointlessly from diseases we can
Damn you,
prevent
Luca.
because
Damn
they
you.
thought Congress took its job vetting our healthcare secretary seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to now go out of order. We're going to go to Senator Marshall. He would like to be able
Eliza
to do the
Cooney.
press
All right.
conference regarding the tragedy on the plane from Wichita. Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for your kind words this morning, for your caring text last night, and I'm grateful for all my colleagues,
MU.
almost everybody reaching out to us, and it's certainly it's a tough day for Kansans and many others who lost loved ones, and we will look forward meeting with the president later today and those loved ones, and just want everyone back home to know that we're wrapping our arms around them, that we're mourning with them, and we'll get through this together. So thank you. Mr. Kennedy, take a second and just
AVT
describe
getting a downgrade at Bank
why
of America
fighting
to an
chronic disease is
underperform with
so
a
important
$48
to
price
you.
target. That's
Who are
Alpha
we
Victor
fighting
Tango.
for? What is your role as HHS secretary, and is there anything that's a bigger priority to you than this?
Oh my gosh.
as you go
Thanks.
into this role?
Thank you, Senator. When I was a 10-year-old boy, my uncle was in the White House. The chronic disease
Shares of
going on
ABNet
American
falling
children
here
was
on that
2%.
downgrade, Alpha Victor
Today
Tango.
it's 66%. The cost
ABT gets a
of
downgrade.
chronic disease to our country when my uncle was president was zero.
Wow,
There were
NNE.
not even treatments for chronic disease
KLO.
at that time. Today, the cost is 4.3 to 4.45
Let's take
trillion
care- better
dollars.
check this one. I
It's
can't do that.
bankrupting our country.
It's not.
77% of American
giving
kids
away
can't
their free-
qualify for military
Their
service.
free data
38% of teens, according to NIH's last
against their terms
report
of service.
3 weeks ago, 38% are diabetic or pre-diabetic. When my uncle was president, the typical pediatrician would 1 or 2 cases of diabetes in his lifetime, juvenile diabetes. Today, it's more than a third of the kids who walk through his door or her door is diabetic or pre-diabetic. Autism rates have
Watch
gone
the
from
dip and
1 in
rip here. I
10,000
don't know where that just
1 in
went.
1,500 to 1 in 10,000, depending on what study you look at. In my generation, as a 70-year-old
Is that
man
real?
today,
Yeah, it was real.
in our children, it's 1 in 34. The explosion.
buy button twice,
I
he
had
trade.
11
Okay.
siblings.
I hit it 4
had
times because I
dozens
didn't
of
know I
first
hit it.
cousins.
Mr. Kennedy, I'm sorry.
Watch 390 break. AMOD.
Who are we, but what's your role as HHS secretary to fight that
No,
disease?
not fast enough for
There's
me.
never been an secretary who came in to do this. It was all about
See if we do it again here.
The typical partisan debate about how we allocate the cost, whether insurers pay it or whether hospitals, providers,
Not fast
or
enough.
families pay it.
Come on.
And the costs continue to rise. All the things we're debating on, our kids are getting sicker and sicker.
Yeah, just to quote you from yesterday, it's like we're moving the chairs on the Titanic.
Yeah, and
never
the ship is sinking, and
390.
and nobody's paying attention to it. And yesterday,
All right, there's your break.
I got question after question from the Democrats about measles. In 1963, the year before the measles epidemic, or the measles vaccine was introduced, 500 American kids died from measles, almost all of them extremely poor and malnourished. We have 252 million Americans who are suffering from chronic disease, and none of them mentioned diabetes.
ACON,
Didn't
another
mention
pump
heart
here after
disease,
resuming
didn't
trade.
mention cancers
$13.50 now.
Oh, we need
Alpha
to
Charlie, Oscar,
refocus.
November.
If we're going to save our country, this is existential. Our country's not going to be destroyed because we get the marginal tax rate wrong.
Right,
It is going to be destroyed if we get this issue wrong.
Shares hitting
I am in a unique
1353 at the high
position
and halted
to be
again.
able to stop this epidemic.
Mr. Kennedy, I want to just contribute as one of the 3 physicians on here, and even as I listen to my friends across the aisle, my conclusion is that we have to guard the physician-patient relationship and give those parents of these kids the information. All 3 of us are going to
shit,
disagree
NVIDIA.
on exactly who should and shouldn't get a particular vaccine. We all recognize the incredible successes of different vaccines as well, but we have to give the American public the best information, non-biased information, and I'd love to get you to respond to that, but I have an important question for folks back home. And this will be my last question. I've never seen a person whose words, written and spoken, have been so misattributed, exaggerated, sensationalized, and taken out of context. Will you just speak to my farmers and ranchers back home and tell me about your, where do they fit in this role of MAHA and how we're going to work with them and just your compassion
volume.
towards these farmers and ranchers?
I mean, MAHA will not succeed without the cooperation and partnership of agricultural producers, of farmers and ranchers across this country. I was a 4-H kid. I grew up working on ranches. And I've worked for years representing farmers in various forms of litigation. Thomas Jefferson said that American democracy is rooted in tens of thousands of independent freeholds owned by farmers. We are losing farmers today, and we can't afford to
Gold
lose a
futures
single farmer.
popping to the
And
highs, 28.51
on
at
my
50,
watch, I do not want to lose a single
$56,
farmer.
about 2% now on
We have to
gold.
offer farmers.
It's really
an
weird that gold's
off-ramp,
on the highs.
Chemically intensive
Silver
agriculture,
futures
which
up
they don't wanna
4%
do,
at
which even the
32.77.
chemical industry is ready to change so that they can grow crops that they can sell in Europe. They can grow crops. Senator Hawley told me during our meeting that 4 out of his 5 of his brother-in-laws have Parkinson's. There's illness all over the farm community, and it's
BNZI,
undoubtedly
Banzai,
related to
getting
the
another pump
intensity
here,
of chemical
hitting the
pesticides.
intraday high now.
We need to reduce
30,
that, but I'm not going to do
36%
anything coercive.
BNZI.
President Trump was the best
But the
president
marijuana
Biden
note
had
being
managed to
circulated
reform.
now on social media,
The
Don
first one
Murphy
to see farm prices go
tweeting,
up. He
just
has
had a brief
instructed
chat
me
with
to take care of the
RFK
farmers
about
and make sure
cannabis
they're full
policy. I'll
partners.
just say it was positive.
Thank you. Senator
Watching,
Baldwin.
that speculation is
Mr.
circulating.
Chairman, Mr. Kennedy, I've been listening to the back and forth and questions. And
See
when
if this
people
goes.
tried to pin you down, you have said,
Can you speak up, Senator Baldwin?
yes, I've been listening to the back and
Wow.
forth, the questions, and when people tried to pin you down on a point, you said, show me the data or bring me the studies.
There's an MSOS
And
arcane
I want to
activity on
suggest that
that.
data is out there,
Good.
and those studies are
Very
out
good.
there. And if
Tweet.
you're going to review all the studies and the data, you're going to be doing that, if confirmed, for your first year of being secretary. When we talked, we were talking a bit about vaccines at the end of our meeting, and you said really to me that there's
Yeah,
no
he's at the hearing, right?
post-approval
But it could have been an
safety
earlier
monitoring.
discussion.
And
is
that
what
led me to believe
I'd
that you're
assume
not
they're talking
aware
about.
of the significant and ongoing safety monitoring that occurs after years of rigorous studies showing
All right,
vaccines to be
decent
safe and
pop.
effective. So I want to give you the opportunity to set the record straight here. Are you aware of the measures in place throughout Health and Human Services to ensure vaccine safety after approval? Yes or no?
I'm aware of the VAERS
Dude,
system, which
that
CDC
headline
admits
brought
it
2
captures
million
fewer
shares out of
than 1%
nowhere.
of vaccine injuries.
2.3 million
aware
shares.
of the
I'm
CDC
also
On this one, you
monitoring?
know
Are
the other
aware
ones
of the
probably
FDA,
did.
post-approval monitoring?
That's crazy. This whole
I'm aware of
market is
only
run by
2
computers,
systems.
man.
Are you aware of the vaccine safety data link?
Oh, yeah, I'm very aware of that.
Are you aware of the vaccine adverse event reporting system?
I'm aware of the vaccine safety data link that CDC keeps under lockbox and will not let independent scientists
Are you
look at it.
aware of the clinical immunization safety assessment project?
As I said,
Are
we
you
need-
aware of VSafe?
I'm aware that they're broken, and I can explain to you how each one of those is broken if you're interested. What I want to do is make sure we have gold standard science. We get the conflicts off the panels so that people,
So-
there's Congress.
What I listed right now are just some of the guardrails that are in place to ensure that life-saving vaccines are safe and effective. And this is after numerous clinical trials, rigorous studies, and review by an independent panel of experts that show vaccines are safe and effective, which is available to all the public. If you want to take a second look at the science, like you have said, well, it's here, it's available, and it's conclusive. And saying anything else is undermining vaccines. To a different
And by the
issue.
way, repeating what Congress
Different
found in the
issue.
2003 investigation.
Kennedy, I want to move to what I hope it will be pretty simple stuff. In general, for a drug to be considered safe, would you say that 97, 98% of people taking that drug and having no complications is generally safe?
It would completely depend on what the drug is. If it's a drug given to a healthy population, that would not be an
Again, this is
acceptable.
as high a level as it gets. Would you say that when 99 out of 100 people experience minimal or no complications, that that drug is safe?
It depends what the risk is from the disease. It depends what the benefit from the drug is. If you're dying of cancer, you will take a drug with that kind of risk profile.
And if we were to
If you're a
talk
healthy
about
individual with zero,
peer-reviewed,
if you're a healthy individual with zero
I'm talking
risk,
about mifepristone, but if we were to talk about peer-reviewed, replicable studies of a medication, would you say that you needed
BNZI hitting some
10
levels
trusted
here.
studies to get the same conclusion?
it
15?
depends
On
what
the daily.
20 trusted studies?
It depends what the
What's your number?
it completely depends on the kind of study. You're talking about randomized studies or observational studies.
Is it safe to assume that 100 studies that are replicable and peer-reviewed is enough?
Well, it could
I
be
agree
one
with
study
RFK.
if it was a
Depends on
powerful
the
enough
kind of study.
The most widely used medication, abortion drug, mifepristone, has been FDA approved for nearly 25 years. More than 100 studies have confirmed that 99% of patients who took the abortion pill had no complications. So with all of that, I can only conclude that you would
Tigger
commit
BWE and
to
Bravo
keep
Whiskey
this
Echo
science
November
backed
notes
and
that
proven
AK filing
medication
is
on
out,
the market and
enters into a
accessible for
material
women. Is that
definitive
correct?
agreement
I'm going to,
to
with
tax transfer
mifepristone,
agreements with market
President Trump
access
has
holdings,
not chosen a policy,
interesting a bump in activity
and
on
I
that.
will implement his policy.
So regardless of the studies, regardless of the data, regardless of the science, you've been talking about, show me the data, show me the studies.
Well, if you
You would have that policy
Senator-
regardless of what the science says.
Senator, the devil is in the details. If you're telling me 99% of women did okay, but 1% died, I would say that is not a
That is
beneficial
not
risk
what
profile.
the studies show.
I know, but you're not showing me. I need those details from the study before I can't buy a pig in a poke. Show me what the study says.
So let's move on. Next, it would be Senator Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here. You know, we have fortunately been able to form quite a friendship over the last year, and I appreciate it.
Senator.
Appreciate the in-depth conversations we've had. And I just want to point out, I don't understand why my colleagues all of a sudden say we can't question science. I mean, it absolutely blows my mind that all of a sudden it's such shame that Bobby's sitting up here and he's questioning science, because I guarantee you, if he was sitting here and he was going to be the secretary of HHS underneath the former President Biden, which I enjoy saying former president, I would bet you that you guys would have his back 100% and enjoy the fact that he's questioning science. And would probably support his positions 100%, but because he's now on the Republican side, you guys have went way off the rail, and how dare he question science? My God, if we didn't question science, where would we be today? We've always questioned science. Science is always evolving and always changing. Have a glass of wine a day, it's healthy for you. Don't have a glass of wine a day. Have a piece of chocolate a day, it's healthy for you. Dark chocolate is healthy for you. Take an aspirin a day, as Senator Rand Paul pulled out. I mean, where would we be today if we didn't ever question science? But I will say there's an issue that I have as a father of 6, that when my kids come out from getting their vaccines, they look like a freaking pincushion. I mean, 72 vaccinations? I think there's a reason we should be questioning this. When you start looking at the rise of autism, why wouldn't we be looking at everything? Who wouldn't want to look at everything? Give me anybody in this room that doesn't know somebody that you're personally connected to that one of their children doesn't suffer from some severity of autism. Give me one. And you guys are all saying that Bobby can't question it? I don't get it, guys. I don't understand your point, other than the fact you just oppose him because he supports a president that you guys don't like now. I applaud him for going into the situation and saying, let's question something. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing, expecting different results. Is it not true that you're supposed to question science? Is anybody going to question the fact that that's not true? Bobby, share the numbers again with me about autism. Where they at when you as a child to where they're at today as my kids are children?
There weren't a lot of studies when I was a kid, but the best studies, and really the only studies out there are 2 studies.
All right, mark it for the horizontals. It's just the previous little peaks that are made.
Another about 1 in 1,500.
Most of the time, support levels.
And you know, there are other
Or it dipped
estimates
down
in
and
between.
came back up. Or
Today,
something I'm watching.
It is
They're all
1 in
different.
every 36 kids, according to CDC.
You
wanna
can ask
say
about certain
one
ones
other
if you
thing.
see it. I can explain it a little bit better, but they're all different.
Relevant
Sometimes
to
they're
the
old.
point you just made,
I don't
in
even remember putting them up. I just
1963,
don't take them down.
My uncle awarded John F. Kennedy the highest civilian honor to Francis Kelsey. Francis Kelsey was a young scientist at NIH who came in and objected to the panel having approved
Yeah, notes on Tigger Bob. I know the other company is providing an update on its pricing for its API token for its Quen AI bot
and the
and
scientific panels that work for the
tokens,
agency
1.6
approved
per million
green-lighted
tokens on that.
thalidomide. She stood up and screamed and fought and risked her job and risked her reputation, and she blocked it in our country. 3 years later, everybody recognized that she was a hero and a savior of our children, because we were not getting the kind of terrible, diabolical deformities that they were experiencing in Europe. My uncle gave her the highest civilian honor because she questioned science and was courageous enough
What
to
drug is
stand
she
up
talking,
and
or is he
say,
talking about?
I don't care what happens to me. This cannot happen.
And irony is that she was a Democrat at that time and she questioned science. But now all of a sudden, because you're working for Republicans, you're not allowed to question science. Let's go back to this and say let's just use a number of 1 in 10,000 at your age. Now, we're a little bit different in age. I'm not going to say how old you are, but you look great for your age. I will say that 1 in 36, that's not a pandemic, then what is? 1 in 36, and it used to be 1 in 10,000 have autism now? Can any of you guys with a straight face say that we shouldn't look at every
I don't see a
aspect of
Walmart
what
headline.
we're putting in our kids, be it from the food to the vaccines? 1 in 36. That scares the living daylights out of me. With 6 kids, I could have 36 grandkids. I'm just doing the math. I'm the youngest of 7. My family seems to be pretty active in that area. So I'm not necessarily trying to be
Doesn't
funny,
get
but
it
I'm being very
on.
serious, guys. We should support the fact that Bobby's questioning it. He's not saying he's against it. He's saying he's going to question it and let the studies follow where they will.
Dude, where's this thing opening?
God
This
bless
thing
you
has
for doing that. Thank you.
been halted forever.
Senator.
Senator Kane?
Thank you, Mr.
Showing
Chair. and
16 on AKON?
congratulations on your nomination,
Damn.
Mr. Kennedy. I enjoyed our conversation. Thank you for starting off today acknowledging the pain felt by people in this region from this horrible air tragedy last night. Senator Marshall and Senator Moran, a lot of folks in
Autistic
Kansas, a lot of
crop
folks in Virginia,
pests.
D.C., Maryland, but also when that passenger list comes out and when the 3 soldiers' names are revealed, every office here is going to have some connection to them because you have your staffs who live here, and we kind of dread seeing that list of names. I drove to the airport at 6:30 this morning and went across the bridge over the Potomac. and saw
AMOD
the,
is curling. It's
operation,
ugly
the
as
recovery
hell,
operation
but it's
kind of
curling.
underway in daylight hours. And I thought about the last
I would not be
big
surprised to see a high day
aviation
move today.
disaster in Richmond when on 9/11 a plane slammed into the Pentagon. And Virginia got hurt very bad that day, and so did the nation.
As I say that.
Just a
As
couple
I
of
say
months
that.
ago,
I swear they're listening. I swear they're listening. I'm not in it, Aladdin. You piece of shit.
On 9/11, it's hard to tell
Suck
what
a
is
dick.
conspiracy theory and what isn't. I'd like to introduce that for the record, Mr. Chair. We take that kind of stuff pretty personally. Virginians know what happened on 9/11. We don't need folks giving oxygen to conspiracy theories about 9/11. Now, one thing I noticed about this post is it was in July of 2024. It was 20
ACON
years
share
after
spiking here,
9/11.
$17.59
You had a lot
now.
going on in your life. You
Alpha
were
Charlie
running for
asking
president
November.
then. What made you decide in the midst of everything going on in this country, in this world in July of 2024 and your own candidacy for president, that now was the time
Halted again.
to say it's
ACON at
hard to tell what is
1760.
conspiracy and what isn't about 9/11? What was so important about making this point in July of 2024?
Senator, the dramatic drop in trust in our government, and this is particularly one of the templates for that is what happened at CDC.
Yeah, no, I want to move aside from that. Because you say, you go on to say, I won't take sides. As president, I won't take sides on 9/11. Wow. I won't take sides on 9/11. Let me ask you this. As a general matter, do you find it hard to tell what is a conspiracy theory and what isn't? Is that kind of a general deficit that you find in your own analytical abilities?
My father told me when I was 13 years old, he said, people in authority lie, and that the job of a citizen in every democracy is to maintain a fierce skepticism
Okay, I get
of
it.
government authority.
And you're an authority, but you wouldn't take sides on 9/11, and you're admitting, I have a hard time telling what is a conspiracy theory and what isn't.
LTBR
Senator,
Lightbridge
I
at
haven't
the highs,
investigated.
832.
If the
Lima
things
Tango
that I
Bravo Romeo.
investigate, I take sides on. People are allowed to hold that opinion.
They're left.
I'm not going to tell them they're crazy for holding that opinion. I'm going to
Say
say,
building
what is your
7.
evidence? And if I hear the evidence, I'm going to say,
To say that,
doesn't
oh,
make any
everything's
sense.
perfectly
So you won't
normal with
take
9/11
sides
is,
on
come on.
9/11. Wow.
There's some weird stuff.
Senator Murray asked you some questions
weird
about
stuff.
Gardasil, and this is a vaccine that's manufactured in Virginia. There's other HPV vaccines. I'm going to enter into the record a whole series of studies from many, many nations that talk about the dramatic positive effect of Gardasil. Could I introduce those into the record, Mr. Chair?
Without objection.
And those studies are on
Wait, let me
trial
ask a
right
question.
now.
Let me ask a question. These are studies from Scotland, Sweden, the UK, Australia, the United States, multiple studies. And then I'm going to introduce in the record, I guess it's a blog post of yours. The verdict.
Do I
is
need to
now
get my
clear.
tinfoil hat on?
Gardasil is killing girls. And I'd
Last
like
time
to
we
introduce
talked about
that.
9/11, my stream got disconnected.
You have a pretty
Just
significant
remember that.
financial interest in litigation against Gardasil. You have received contingency fees and payments for referring people to lawyers suing the manufacturer. And in your ethics vetting,
I've never received any money from any Gardasil or any other vaccine
let
lawsuit.
me read a quote. This is your words. In your ethics vetting for this nomination, you said, quote, pursuant to the referral agreement, I'm entitled to receive 10% of fees awarded in contingency cases referred to the firm. How can folks who need to have confidence in federal vaccine programs trust you to be independent and science-based?
VRME,
when
verify
you
me,
stand
getting
to
a
gain
spike in
significant
volume. Victor
funding
Romeo, Michael
if
Echo.
lawsuits against vaccine manufacturers are successful?
I have given away all of my rights to any fees in that lawsuit.
I yield back.
Did you know we have a I made it.
Next is
Cheese.
Senator Scott.
Freaking A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, good to see you again. Thank you for being here before the committee.
Land on the moon.
One of the
There's
beauties of our
some
country is
sus
the
about that.
documents that point us in the right direction. I think it's the
I do not.
confidence that shows us
I am
due north,
the
true
the
north.
more I look at
Declaration of Independence
that
mentions
stuff, man, I'm
life,
like,
liberty,
there's
pursuit of
probably a
happiness.
high probability
That's
you're lying
unalienable
about
rights.
that.
You and I had a serious conversation about the importance of life, and I'm a pro-life Christian, as you know. And you said that you assured me that your deputies were going to be pro-life. Is that still the case?
I will implement President Trump's policies. I serve at his pleasure, but I share President Trump's view that every abortion is a tragedy.
Now, my question
I
was,
share-
are you having
Grandfather
deputies
work.
within your at HHS that will be pro-life?
As I said, I can tell you exactly what I'm going to do, so there's no mistake. I'm
Let me
gonna
be
implement
clear.
President Trump's policies. President
We
Trump
might have
has
landed
told
on the
me he
moon, but
wants
did
to
we
end
do it
late-term
the
abortion.
first time that we
Are you
said we
hiring-
did it?
Are you hiring people who are pro-life at HHS?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. During the first Trump administration, HHS began investing in
Chemtrails? I don't get
policies
that.
to
I don't get
support
that conspiracy.
individuals living with sickle cell anemia.
I don't
This
get
has
it.
continued.
It's like
The
if people are
career
trying to
staff
poison
person
the air, then
dedicated
you're
time
then they're
coordinating
poisoning
cell
themselves
disease
because you're not like
related
hiding
studies
from that.
Across HHS and other government agencies, will you commit to continuing to have an individual serve in this coordinating role for sickle cell?
Yes, and I think I've worked on.
And how
sickle
about
cell
when the
for many,
president
many
talked to the
years. I told
astronauts
you, I have
live?
many
Oh, that was
friends who
real
have
too?
sickle cell.
No
So
delay.
I've seen the suffering that they endure.
No
One
delay.
out of every
Direct,
three-
you know, real-time talking to the
365
astronauts in
blacks our
space.
country Has sickle
'Cause,
cell.
you
There
know,
are
that's
now promising gene therapies. They're
possible.
Very, very expensive, but it's something that NIH should be enthusiastically supporting that kind of research.
Well, you answered my
Yeah,
second
but don't
question.
question anything.
That's great. Which was today, you noticed the FDA gene therapies are really breakthrough evolutions in science that are really one-time cures. So you support the continuation of the research that makes that more available?
Absolutely,
Thank
Senator.
you. That's great news. This past fall, due to one facility making the majority of our IV drugs in the U.S., it was devastated by Hurricane Helene. Hospitals and healthcare facilities across the country faced IV shortages. Nephron Pharmaceuticals in Columbia, South Carolina, tried to shore up IV support in South Carolina hospitals by creating the Palmetto line in its facility to help make IVs for hospitals across the state. We must do more proactively to address the shortages and the shortage risks, as well as to provide and promote the production of medical products here in the
UPS
U.S.
shares
Confirm,
continuing to
how
fall
will you
here now. New low is
prioritize efforts to prevent and
109.82,
reduce
down
drug
about
shortages,
18% on
including for
UPS,
essential medicines?
following their earnings
Including-
report. and
essential
report
medicines.
that their
Yeah,
largest
I mean,
customer,
President Trump
which is
has
Amazon, is cutting back on
told me
volume.
it's his priority to bring essential medicine manufacturing back to this country. It's a national security threat. So much of it has been exported abroad, and particularly to China.
It's being 29. I don't know what you're talking about.
And it's a priority for him, so it's a priority for me as well.
Very good. Will you commit to fostering productive public-private partnerships that can provide the government with key information on pharmaceutical supply chains, help direct shortages, and improve the long-term security and resiliency of the U.S. drug supply?
Absolutely.
ACON, Clarion,
One of the things that
falling
we
1585 from
study,
1761, which was the high, and now halted again on the way
question you
down.
once yesterday at
That's
the Finance
off the
Committee.
Charlie
I
Eskin November.
opted, as opposed to seeing you twice, just see you one time and spend my time doing some other things with that time. But I think it's important for us to recognize that we are in a critical place as a nation. We're so dependent on other countries for the essentials, from healthcare and beyond. And we ought to work on a strategy of resilience across this nation in all of the essential areas that we need to become less dependent on the rest of the world and more dependent on ourselves. And I hope that as your term at the HHS, you will spend a lot of time thinking through and all the layers and complexity that is under HHS, how we be
Good
how
man.
we become
You said
more
you have an
resilient
uncle that
as
used
a
to work for him?
That's absolutely
What
critical
what
for
is
our
what is
national
his
security and for our economy. And President
thoughts
Trump is doing
on
that through
the NASA
HHS,
official that we
also
saw the
more
video of a
importantly
while
through the
ago that
Commerce
says,
Department,
we'd go back to the moon, but
meeting
we
directly
just
with
lost the
pharmaceutical
technology.
industry leaders to figure out what kind of incentives.
Like they could
that
do
they
something
use
50 years ago and that we can't replicate with
manufacturing
today's computers and anything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back my 8 seconds.
And then we'll go to Senator Murphy.
To where, what was it, LUNR
Thank you very
landed
much, Mr.
a,
Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, thank you
a
for
bot
joining
on the
us here
moon
today. Listen,
last year.
credibility matters so much when you.
Oh, don't
lead
tell
the
me
health
not too much.
agency
I don't buy any of
in the
this
world.
shit.
The Secretary
Trade is
of
circulating,
HHS has got to be
report
trusted that
James,
he's
Already been
telling
there,
you
wasting money, blah, blah, blah. Yet we're trying to go, we're trying to go back now.
Newsletter pick.
So don't
Alpha
tell me
Echo
that.
Kenny, I
Sandy,
want to go
India.
back to some of your testimony yesterday before the Finance Committee when you either feigned ignorance.
How do you
about some
lose
very
the
clear
technology?
statements that you have made in the past.
We
or
destroyed
you
it. We
outright
just we don't
deny
have it anymore. We
saying
went there and
things
good to
about
go.
vaccine program that
Delete.
You have undoubtedly
Oh.
said. And so, with a day's hindsight, I want to give you another chance to be honest about the things that you have
One
said.
and done. Oh my God.
Senator Warnock asked you yesterday if you had compared America's vaccine program to the Catholic Church's pedophilia scandal. You said you never said that. Now, I'm not asking you to explain what you said.
I didn't say it, never
You didn't
said
say it.
that.
You didn't say that. Senator
I did
Warnock.
not say that I hadn't said that, Senator. I
okay.
said the other question you asked me about Nazi death
that's
camps.
That's fine. You're doubling down on that. You said Senator Warnock also asked you if you compared America's vaccine campaign to the Nazi death camps and the Holocaust. Again, you said yesterday you didn't say that.
I did not say that.
You did not say that.
What would benefit?
Senator Bennett asked you yesterday
Militarily.
if you had made an
Maybe
allegation
something.
that
I mean, we're trying to go to
is
Mars.
a different disease in Africa.
Elon could do
than
it.
Is in
Hasn't.
America. On that one, you said you didn't recall.
I would think a big,
having
had a
test
test run would be the moon.
Do you recall saying that AIDS is a different disease in Africa than it is in the United States?
I looked up that passage.
Colonization. Look for life.
found that
NUNE
indeed
is back to the highs.
Diagnostics
NUWE,
for
New Willis,
AIDS
another
are very
pop here,
different in Africa
$1.63 now at the
than
high.
in the
November
United
uniform
States, that
whiskey
the
echo.
list of symptoms is almost completely different.
Explore
Let me just
the backside of the
submit this for
moon.
record.
I mean,
Having
damn.
Denied the first two statements. Let me just read what you said.
Like, who doesn't want to go
You
back?
said in 2000.
Who thinks it's a waste of time?
Is it hyperbole to say?
You know, you
that
just got this
people
big, our
on vaccine
closest
programs should be in jail.
I know
They
well,
should
it's,
be in jail.
Posted on X
To
yesterday
me,
that their
this is
reimbursement for active
like
piece of
Nazi
rock
death
to us
sentence.
besides our Earth,
Look
and
at
we're
what
not
it does to
interested.
the
Oh,
family
okay.
that participate in the vaccine program. I can't tell why somebody would do something like that. I can't tell you why ordinary Germans
Gay frogs.
participated in the Holocaust.
I mean, yeah.
I can't tell you what was going on in their minds.
You don't believe in gay
With
frogs?
respect
You don't think frogs can be
to
gay?
the pedophilia
Good banana?
scandal,
Huh? Say it out
you
loud.
said-
Say it out loud.
Pedophilia scandal in the Catholic Church is a perfect metaphor for what's happening in the
Healthcare
United
of the moon,
States.
Johns. I don't
the
think they're
vaccine
intertwined
program,
at all,
the same
though.
reason we had a pedophilia scandal in the Catholic Church. People were able to convince themselves that the institution of the church was more important than these little boys
Shoot,
and girls.
let's just
who
stop
were being
sending
raped.
freaking billions to
I don't
Ukraine. We got our
disagree with
healthcare
Senator Mullen.
done,
I don't want an HHS secretary that's not going to question
We go to the
science.
moon
I
because
think
we
it's
have the
important to question
emote.
science.
That's right.
But you're not questioning science. You've made up your mind. You have spent your entire career undermining America's vaccine program. You make these purposeful comparisons.
I'm not talking about just going one and done. Let's freaking
those that
explore. Let's
are
not just like hop
administering
around on it and say,
vaccine
okay, we're good.
to the
Let's
Nazi
freaking do it.
executioners, to the people who covered up the Catholic Church's pedophilia scandal, because you have made a decision that there is a comparison,
money to go back to Mars.
that there is
We should be
evil
spending our time
in the
and energy
vaccine
on
program.
trying to save our own planet before going to touch the moon for absolutely no reason. Mars is a different story.
Why is Mars a
Your
different
mind,
story?
You spent your entire career trying to undermine these programs. And so the reason that these statements, these incredibly aggressive, over
And to say waste time to go to the moon, not Mars.
is because it just isn't believable.
I mean, wouldn't you think
when you
that
become
the moon would be a
you are
great test
all of a
platform?
sudden going to be consistent.
Like
with
if we're going to
science.
Mars, we might want to make a
People who
few
spent their
practice
career
runs to the moon.
saying
You know,
these
that
kinds of things,
thing that's a little
running
bit
the kinds
closer.
of campaigns that you have run don't all of a sudden change their stripes. And so, Mr. Chairman, I will.
Let's go drill on the moon, man.
Statements.
Let's freaking drill down, see what that sucker's got in there.
My statement about
Maybe
the
it can
Catholic Church
explain a little bit more
identical.
how things were
The
made there,
findings of the government oversight investigation
where that
committee
rock came from.
and investigated CDC's vaccine program in 2003. Senator Burton was
I don't think
chairman
there's
of that
not
committee.
enough money or
And he
want
said
to go
that
to the moon.
that certain individuals in that program had written off a generation of
AMOD,
kids
interesting.
because of, quote, misplaced institutional loyalty to the CDC and because of entanglements with the drug company.
but
so
you- but-
let me
but-
That'd be
finish.
concerned reviewing
Let
mineral
me
fast
finish what
control
I'm
off
saying. You made
orbits.
some grave accusations. against me.
Pedophilia to the administration of vaccines.
I'm not saying blow up the
wasn't
moon.
pedophilia.
Just
It-
do like
It
a
was a
core
perfect
sample. You know what I mean?
Well, if you have
Like you're not going to get a
136
freaking
kids with
massive
neurological
mining operation up
injuries,
there anytime soon. I just want to do
and
some
if
core
that
samples,
is,
man.
You know, linked. That's
Is it a
something that
perfect
we should
metaphor?
study.
Is it a perfect metaphor?
It's not a perfect metaphor, but there's no metaphor that's perfect. But I am pro-vaccine. I am going to support the vaccine program. I want kids to be healthy. And I'm coming in here to get rid of the conflicts of interest within the agency, to make sure that we have gold standard evidence-based science.
Questions will
And if you
Charlie.
show me where I'm wrong on this, show me a single statement I've made about science that is erroneous.
Thank you. Senator Hawley.
It's the 4:30 break.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, welcome. I enjoyed our conversation last month in our office. And thank you for remembering, as you did again today, my uncles who we talked about, Boris.
I mean,
and
we-
Eugene, who all
we drill in
recently
our-
passed away from
You
Parkinson's.
talk about drilling and
That
taking
was
away.
kind of you to remember them. So thank you for that. Let me start by asking you a
I mean,
question
you're
about
talking.
children
You'd have to
and
take a
safety of
lot
children.
off of the moon.
President Biden's administration, his HHS, issued a rule.
How much are we talking
A
here?
rule, so it's binding.
We know
Requiring
where
that
the
every
rock came from,
doctor in
broke off
America,
our own
including
planet.
pediatricians who receive any kind of federal funding, so that's
There are
anybody
rare
who takes
elements
ACA
moon
funding,
that's
excuse me,
going-
anybody who takes CHIP funding. This is almost every health provider in
It's
America.
just- well, we wouldn't know if
requiring
it's really,
to conduct
you know,
gender transition
because we
and
haven't really
gender
investigated it
so-called
much.
affirming
You
procedures.
know, we've only been
So
there
that means hormones,
a
that means
handful of
puberty
times.
blockers, that means surgeries in some cases. They impose that rule on doctors across the country. This has been litigated, and it has been actually stopped by a couple of
This is
courts that found that it
disgusting. I
was way
hate
outside
looking
of
at this
HHS's
chart. Ugh.
jurisdiction. My question to you is, will
Where am
you
I at on the day?
rescind
400
this
bucks.
rule that imposes this radical policy, and talk about being anti-science, this radical policy on just about every pediatrician in the United States of America?
Yes, I will. And by the way, that rule is anti-science. The most thorough meta review on gender affirming care has come out in the Cass report, which reports really catastrophic impacts on children. And that is science. It's a meta review of all the existing scientific studies. But, even more just from a common sense, if you're a patient, do you really want somebody performing surgery on you who is morally opposed to that surgery? It doesn't make any sense. We need to embrace diversity in this country. Are people who believe that's important? I respect them. We should hear them out. We should debate. We should have a congenial
Look at
conversation.
this piece of shit.
But there are also people who believe that it is an atrocity.
Am I doing better than
And they
yesterday?
need
I mean,
to
I'm
be listened
green.
to, too.
That's what you
We need
mean.
to embrace diversity and make room for diversity in this country and not force people to do things that are against their conscience.
And let me just point out that on this rule, what's particularly pernicious about it is we're talking about gender transition.
Anything near
surgery,
lower
gender transition
Bollinger
care
Band
on minor children.
seems to be
This
a
rule
buy.
purported to preempt all state law.
just-
So in states like mine and many others, where the voters have
Just
said
looked it
we
up
don't
there.
want
We're
gender
middle of the-
transition
we need
procedures
those for
performed
technology,
on
essentially,
minors,
so I think
the
we
Biden
should be
administration
sending robotic
attempted
drillers to the moon instead
use
of free
federal
people
money
personally.
and force
Should be able
pediatricians
to do all the mining
anyway. So I'm
remotely.
glad to hear you say you'll rescind that rule. I think it's terrific for the safety of children.
And Senator, I would add that we don't let children drink. We don't let them drive an automobile because they have bad judgment. They are flooded with hormones. Their brains are still in formation. Their sexuality is still in formation. To allow them to make judgments about that are going to have life-changing, forever implications for the rest of their life at that age is unconscionable, particularly in light of the Cass report.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Let me ask you a question about NIH research, if I may. I know this is something that you care a lot about. Under the first Trump presidency,
And I do want to add that people who have gender differences should be respected. They should be loved. But loving them does not sometimes love means saying no to people.
let me
Tulsi
on the name-
hearings on-
NIH. Under
Yeah,
the first Trump
yeah.
presidency, HHS stopped new NIH research that involved human fetal
doing it.
tissue from elective abortions. Now, you were asked about this.
Shouldn't be
on
doing the hot,
yesterday.
the hot and
By
heavy
Senator
ones
Cantwell, and I wanna get
at the
your
same
thoughts.
time.
Tiger Boeing,
You said
shares
very
are seeing a
correctly.
spike in activity,
You said
new highs
stem
for
cell
Boeing.
research today can be done on
BLRX,
umbilical cords. And you don't need any
Byline,
fetal tissue, which is correct.
Received
My
notice of
question to
allowance
you
for
is, will you reinstate
composition of
President
BL-804
Trump's policy
to
that
treat
ensures that
cancer.
no
That's,
federal research
Rebel
and no
Romeo,
federal
actually,
tax
BLRX
dollars is
now
conducted on
shares up
fetal tissue taken from elective abortions?
after reverse stocks, but one for
Fantastic.
40 trading.
Let me ask you just about
Walter
Title
Highs,
10. You were asked about
So
this
this is a
yesterday,
horizontal
and
line I
think
put here
I
for
understand
whoever
your
was
answer. I
asking
just wanna make sure
earlier.
I've got it
You
crystal
can
clear.
see
Title 10, which
obvious
prohibits the
support
funding of
around at
the
$2.
use of federal taxpayer funding
I
for
wonder if
abortions
there's a
or to flow to
way-
entities like Planned Parenthood that perform abortions or refer people to abortions. You were asked yesterday if you would support President Trump's rule
Trump
that
said
says no
FAA,
Title 10 funding
NTSB,
for
US
those who perform
military will
abortions or refer
carry
people
out
to
inquiry,
abortions. I think your answer was yes, you would reinstate that
acting
rule. I just
commissioner
wanted
to
to
the
be sure I'm right
FAA.
about that.
Yes.
Fantastic. Last point that I have for you. On mifepristone, the chemical abortion drug, you said yesterday that you would study its safety. I think that's good. I want to make an additional point here just about how the Biden administration changed the rules on mifepristone that I hope that you'll take into consideration, because you pointed out, I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman, you pointed out that we need to honor the wishes of voters and states and their right to set life policy. I just point out that the Biden administration's rule on mifepristone, which they did after the Dobbs decision, means that in any state, including ones like mine, where voters or state legislators say, we don't want abortion performed after a certain point, if the Biden administration rule on chemical abortion stands and you can mail in these abortion drugs without a doctor visit or referral, that means no state ban, no state decision, no voter decision is going to matter. We're going to have a one-size-fits-all policy set here in Washington. I hope you'll take that into consideration.
I will implement President Trump's policies.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Sanders. Good morning, Mr. Kennedy. Look, I want to just take a moment because, like a few of us on this dais, I sit on finance as well as help. And one of the things that was most disturbing to me about yesterday's hearing was the suggestion from some of my friends on the other side of the dais that our intense questioning and concerns about Mr. Kennedy were driven by partisanship. I have voted for 5 of President Trump's nominees to date in the last couple of weeks. One of them, the new Secretary of Transportation, was on the scene last night at DCA. Like all of us, I take really seriously our obligation for advice and consent. And I am concerned, as Senator Mullen expressed his concern, about the need for science to help us move forward on critical issues. Now, some of you are new to this committee and new to the Senate, so you may not know that I am the proud mother of a 36-year-old young man with severe cerebral palsy. And a day does not go by when I don't think about what did I do when I was pregnant with him that might have caused the hydrocephalus that has so impacted his life. So please do not suggest that anybody in this body of either political party doesn't want to know what the cause of autism is. Do you know how many friends I have with children who have autism? The problem with this witness's response on the autism cause and the relationship to vaccines is because he's relitigating and churning settled science so we can't go forward and find out what the cause of autism is and treat these kids and help these families. Mr. Kennedy, that first autism study rocked my world. And like every mother, I worried about whether, in fact, the vaccine had done something to my son. And you know what? It was a tiny study of about 12 kids, and over time, the scientific community studied and studied and studied and found that it was wrong. And the journal retracted the study because sometimes science is wrong. We make progress. We build on the work, and we become more successful. And when you continue to sow doubt about settled science, it makes it impossible for us to move forward. So that's what the problem is here.
Yeah, look, price compression going on
It's
here.
the relitigating and rehashing and continuing to sow doubt so we can't move forward, and it freezes us in place. Now let me move on to my other concerns from yesterday's hearing. During yesterday's hearing, you really showed a lack of knowledge about Medicare and Medicaid. So what is Medicare Part A?
Medicare Part A pays mainly for primary care or physicians, and then Medicare.
No, so it is about, Medicare Part A is seniors coverage for inpatient hospital care. What's Medicare Part B?
For physicians and doctors, Medicare Part D
That is coverage
for
for outpatient care and home health. So what is Medicare Part C?
Medicare Part C is a program where it's the full menu of all the services, A, B, C, and D for Medicare.
It is Medicare Advantage, which it's the private insurance option for seniors on Medicare. So, Mr. Kennedy, you want us to confirm you to be in charge of Medicare, but it appears that you don't know the basics of this program. So let's turn
I
to
just explained the
Medicaid. No, I
basics.
had to correct you on several things.
Oh, you
Let's
just
turn
added
to Medicaid.
information,
Yesterday,
Senator. You didn't
said to
correct
say-
me. I didn't get it wrong.
Mr. Kennedy, my time is limited, and I hope the chair will give me
Is
a
this a
couple of more
question,
minutes.
Senator?
Yes, Medicaid.
All right, because you're
Let's
giving me
turn
very
to
little time
Medicaid.
to answer one.
Let's turn to Medicaid. Medicaid, you said yesterday to Senator Cassidy, Medicaid is fully paid for by the federal government, and it's not fee for service. That statement is false. Do you now understand that that statement is false, yes or no?
That Medicaid is paid for by the federal government, I believe that.
You said it is fully paid for. Medicaid, in fact, sir,
Well,
is
no,
a federal-state
the
partnership.
state has a partnership.
Right, so
That's
you were
right.
wrong yesterday, so you're acknowledging that
Well,
that
I-
statement was false, right?
I misstated something.
All right, good. So yesterday, when you were questioned about Medicaid, you repeatedly dodged questions by saying you want to make it better. Republicans are circulating a proposal that would end Medicaid expansion in some states, including in New Hampshire. So
I feel like
will
this is just setting up
continue
for
to
some
admit
sort
this
of-
for the record, but it is important to me to understand whether you believe that taking Medicaid away from 60,000 people in New Hampshire would make Medicaid better. And would it make New Hampshire healthy again? I'll submit that for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Tuberville.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, for being here. Being a few months older than me, I'm going to be respectful to your elders.
Not by much.
Yeah, not by much, that's right. But thank you. Look at this room. We hadn't had a full room in here since I've been in here 4 years on any hearing. Thank you for bringing
Tesla
to light
curling.
what
Watch that 400
it's all
level.
about. It's about health in our country. There might have been a half a dozen people in the last Health and Human Services nominee.
Jeez, hold it
Nobody
down.
was interested. Lawyer who worked from home in California. Didn't do
I
a
took her
damn
Uber
thing
and took her Lyft. Sure, seen a spike in activity for Uber and Lyft.
when COVID was full steam. So thank you.
So Uber and Lyft are facing
Thank you for
antitrust
getting our young
probe over New
people
York City
involved.
driver pay
My two
agreement.
boys, 28 and 30.
Antitrust probe.
A year or so ago, they were going to vote for you for president of the United States. You know why? Because you're trying to save their
Okay.
group of people.
4,000 shares. No.
Chemicals and the things.
Not
that we
what
have
Daddy
in our
wanted
food.
to do there.
Fired up about it, and you brought light to that. And thank God you've done that.
Son
you
of a
brought importance
bitch.
to what we're doing. You know, I coached.
Well, I just
for 40
dicked my
years.
day.
In the last 4 or 5 years, I coached. I'd never seen like the run on drugs our young people are being given by doctors across this country. We have a attention deficit problem.
Son of a bitch. I can't believe I did
You know,
4,000
attention deficit. When
shares.
you and I were growing up, our parents didn't use a drug, they used a belt and whipped our butt, you know, and told us to sit down. Nowadays, we give them Adderall and Ritalin. It's like candy across college campuses.
Yeah, go ahead and bounce. You know, that's normal.
Mr. Kennedy, what are we going to do about that?
Yeah.
Today, 15% of American kids are on Adderall. And there's clearly a major problem with overprescription, not just with our
Yeah,
children,
green
but
candle.
with
Yep.
our entire
Go cock.
population. We have 4.2% of the world's population, and we take 50% of the pharmaceutical drugs. And there's a recent study by Peter Ghosh, who is one of the founders of the Cochrane Collaboration, that showed that prescription drugs are now the third largest cause of death in our country after cardiac arrest and cancer. We're not getting healthier. Americans are getting
These
less and
wicks are
less
scary.
healthy. 70% of pharmaceutical profits globally come from our country, which has 4.2% of the world's population. We're the only country that allows full-scale pharmaceutical ads on TV. And we're all being told.
I did not mean to do
yourself
4,000
you can eat anything
shares.
You want, you can smoke anything you want.
Oh,
you can
my
do
gosh.
anything you want, and there'll be a drug to fix you in the end. And it is not a good formula.
Yep. Okay.
And our kids are getting sicker and sicker.
Yeah.
They're not getting better.
Let's go ahead.
Nobody,
Oh, yeah.
all the people here
Experiencing probe?
defending
Yep.
this current
Go green on the
system,
move.
defending these pharmaceutical industry profits, many of whom are taking huge amounts of money from the pharmaceutical industry, millions of dollars for many of these senators. And none of that, this is not making our country healthier.
Yeah,
It's
I
making
haven't
us
traded
sicker.
Bob
We
out
need
today,
to
but
get
yeah.
rid of these conflicts. We need good science and we need good leadership that is able to stand up to these big industries and not bend over for them.
Thank you. And you brought to light the vaccines over the last couple of years. I've had my first granddaughter here in a couple of weeks, and my son and his wife have done their research about vaccines, and she's not going to be a pincushion. We're not going to allow that to happen. But you brought that up, but as you and I
Call
talked
ratio.
about
Oh,
vaccines,
damn, I didn't realize.
Coach, let's empower scientists to do their
Broke yesterday's
job.
high.
You know, let's go by what they do. Let's don't just do something for the pharmaceutical company. So I appreciate you doing that. One other thing is you and I talked about red dye number 3, and just happened, you and I talked about that, and a few days later in this room we had the FDA director. And I asked him, why do we use red dye 3 in our cosmetics? Or we don't use in cosmetics, we use in our food, but we don't use in cosmetics because it causes cancer. What in the heck's going on? Well, a few weeks later, because of your
Thank you for
insistence,
that,
we
Senator.
dropped it. So tell me about dyes and things that you're concerned about, because
I-
I get more talk about that than anything.
We have 10,000 ingredients in our food in this country because FDA employs a standard called the GRAS standard. And it will say
BABA, Ali
any new
Babish share is
chemical is
popping to the
innocent
high
of proven guilty.
6% for the day
In
now.
Europe, they have 400
Company
ingredients in
tweeting
their foods.
earlier, 2 days ago,
Kellogg's
released
makes
2.5
Fruit
max,
Loops
and
for the
today we
United
update
States
the price
alone.
of its
It is
AEI.
loaded with red dye, blue dye, yellow dye, and many, many other
$1.60 per million
ingredients.
tokens,
They make
output
the same
input
product
tokens,
for
output
Canada
tokens,
as all
$6.40
vegetable
per
dyes.
million tokens.
And for Europe, if you eat a McDonald's French fry in this country, it has 11 ingredients. You eat the same ingredient,
Bravo
the same
Alpha,
product
Bravo
in
Alpha.
Europe, it has 3. We are allowing these companies, because their influence over this body, over our regulatory agencies to mass poison American
AAL
children. And that's wrong.
pilot
It
problem.
needs to end.
Did this
And I
really
believe
drop
I'm
on
the
that
one
crash?
person who's able to end it.
Thank you.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, good to see
We'll
you.
take HSAI, Hotel Sandy Alpha India, shares are seeing a spike in activity, new highs, HSAI.
People get off of opiate addiction.
Yes, I do.
Do you think it's safe, and would you consider it to be the gold standard of the approach?
The Cochrane collaboration, which is the most prestigious
All China stocks are
scientific
rocking, man.
scientific research organization, has said that the gold standard is, has found in studies, a gold standard is 12-step programs. You need an entire retinue, entire menu of treatments because many addicts will not respond immediately, at least to 12-step programs. And for many of them, Suboxone and other, and even methadone, are critical interventions that save lives, that get addicts off the street, and they should be available as a treatment
ATHG,
option. I
Maxim
wouldn't describe
raising
them
the
as
price
gold
target
standard. I
on
would describe them as
Alterity
medically
Therapeutics to
necessary.
$12.
Well, this is
That's,
something, look, I know we all take this very seriously.
has a
in terms
buy
of
rating,
the
that's
plight of opioid
ATHE.
addiction in our country. And that's something that I hope we can recognize. We need to lift up more and more. I mean, NIH has said over and over again, not enough people are doing it. And in fact, an NIH published study does call it the gold standard of treating for opioid use disorder. You're on a mission against and fighting against chronic
Well, my
disease.
price
You talk a
target
lot about
was
obesity.
$8
I
on
wanted to get your
ATHG.
thoughts if you support Wegovy, Ozempic, other similar types of GLP-1 drugs to fight obesity.
The GLP-1 drugs, the GLP drugs, the class of drugs are miracle drugs. But I do not think they should be the first frontline intervention for 6-year-old kids for whom they are currently. That is the standard of practice now. If every American
The meme? No, I didn't see the
qualifies for
meme.
GLP by
Yeah,
being
I'm looking at
overweight,
MDO right now.
74% of our population asked for them, and the federal government was paying for it. It would cost over $1 trillion a year. It would double the insurance costs for employers in this country. And it
2 minutes on
It would
ACON.
be a tsunami. And they have a lot of side
You
effects.
said you support it, but that
Or
you
if you
don't
get
see
through,
it being
it probably will be a
the
50-50.
tool
And I
of
think
choice for especially young
Vance will
kids.
probably have to be the
Exactly.
tiebreaker.
If for people who have morbid obesity,
If he gets
for
through.
people with diabetes, absolutely. And they shouldn't be prescribed alone without also prescriptions for exercise, because otherwise they eat away at muscle and they're counterproductive. They go after muscle first.
Yeah.
They have all kinds of bad side effects. About half the people on GLPs get off of them after 2 years, and then there's problems when you get off them. So it is a miracle. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to move on to just clarify some statements you made in the past. In the past, you said, quote, Wi-Fi radiation does all kinds of bad things, including causing cancer. Do you still stand by that statement?
Yes, sir. I won a case in front of the Court of Appeals against the FCC on that very issue.
And 5G, do you feel the same way about 5G?
53.
Well, I'm just
1 minute
saying,
here.
electromagnetic radiation does.
And
in general.
RF, you think, causes. Another issue that comes before your work, if you were to be confirmed.
And let me just clarify that. It changes DNA, and there are scientific
ZK,
studies
big
that have
rip.
linked it to cancer, many of them. But it does other things that are, including neurological injury, that are kind of the other frontline injuries that we're most concerned about and that are best documented.
One other issue that comes before your work, if you're confirmed, I wanted to ask if you would support and continue and expand CDC's role in collecting and disseminating data on firearm mortality in the United States, something that
I
we've had some-
believe that we need to study the causes of mass shootings. We need to study all the causes.
When it came to, you said earlier in response on avian flu, you would continue the investments, that you would support vaccine development. I just want to clarify, does that mean you support investments in mRNA vaccine research and development?
I'm not going to pick a vaccine right now. I need to look at all the data.
How is it?
I need to look at the
Come on,
safety
man.
and
Like
efficacy.
2 days in a row,
I'm going to continue research on every kind of
$2 drop.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you,
Come
Senator
on.
Kim. And now Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kennedy, President Trump just won a historic election victory, and you were a big part of it. At the outset of the hearing, you talked about those Maha Moms, that coalition that you led, that movement that was behind you that supported President Trump on Election Day, giving him one of the biggest electoral college votes in my lifetime. You were a part of that. The voters voted for President Trump. And President Trump, by the way, is a man of his word. He always follows through on what he says he's going to do. And one of the things that he said he was going to do was put you front and center in this administration to make America healthy again. And that's why, at the end of the day, a lot of those moms have been here yesterday and today from Indiana to support you in this movement. And that's why you have my full support. And anything other than voting for you to confirm you would be thumbing my nose at that movement, the millions of people in this country who want us to focus on making America healthy again. One of the things I've thought a lot about, I serve on the Armed Services Committee as well. I just left another hearing with the nominee to be our new Secretary of the Army, is the national security risk of an obese nation. 70% of our kids are not eligible today to serve in the United States military. And the Army 2 years ago was 25%
CLEU,
off
China
of its
Liberal
recruitment
Education, down
goals, and obesity
96% now, at 30
among our
cents.
kids is one of the
CLEU.
reasons why. And I think you would agree, my first question for you, this epidemic in this country is as much of a public health risk as it is a national security risk. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, Senator. And like I said, well, I didn't say this. When my uncle was president, 3% of Americans were obese. And today, 74% are obese or overweight. In Japan, 3% are obese. So other nations, what we're seeing here is not happening elsewhere. And American kids did not suddenly get gluttonous and lazy. Something is poisoning them. And we need to figure that out. And then we need to end those exposures. We need to do gold standard science. And all of these moms recognize that we now have a unique opportunity in history, where history now is at an inflection point, where we have a unique opportunity to reverse this epidemic. And we know what we have to do. We have to study the additives. We have to end the conflicts of interest on the nutrition panels and on the drug panels that are loaded with people who have corrupt entanglements with the industries they're supposed to regulate, that have turned these agencies into sock puppets for the industries they're supposed to regulate. We need somebody who can come in,
questions.
who can break that inertia. We are attracting the most talented group of people who work in NIH and CDC and FDA in modern history. And people who are not coming there for jobs, they're innovators, they're disruptors, they're entrepreneurs, and they're coming in not because they want position, but because they actually want to change things and give us gold standard science and make America healthy.
And I know you agree that fitness is a part of that, a major part of that.
Absolutely. My uncle started the Presidential Council on Physical Fitness. I won a contest when I was in school. I got an award for it, and it was a piece of pride for me. And for many people in my generation, I'm sure Coach, won his presidential.
I want to move on. I want to move on to another national security threat. The biggest existential threat to America is the Chinese Communist Party. And right now we're importing 1/3 of our medicines from China. And even more of our generic drugs come from China. It's a public health risk and a national security risk. What can you do as HHS Secretary to reduce our reliance on China and help our domestic manufacturers?
This is a huge priority for President Trump. He sees this as perhaps our greatest national security vulnerability. And over the past few years, so much of our essential medicines, the production of them and the supply chains have been exported to China. And it's a crisis now in our country. If there is a pandemic, if there is a war, if there's any conflicts, China will now be able to ransom American health, and that is not a good situation. We need to bring that production home, and President Trump is committed to doing just that.
Well, sir, I think you're going to have a tough job. You have my full support, but you've got lawmakers against you. You're going to have bureaucrats against you. You're going to be working with the limits of the administrative state at the department. But I'll have your back, and I want to work with you to get it done.
Thank you,
to
Senator.
support this movement. Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Blunt, Rochester.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy and Ranking Member Sanders. Mr. Kennedy, during our meeting, you shared your vision for the department, and we discussed priorities important to my home state of Delaware. But I must say, as a former cabinet secretary and a health official in my state, and listening to your answers today in this hearing, I am deeply concerned and shocked by your apparent lack of understanding of, frankly, some of the basic responsibilities of the department. It's one of the largest, most complex, and it is vitally important. And yesterday, during your finance hearing, and today, you confused details about Medicare and Medicaid. You didn't know what authorities you have under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, known as EMTALA, and you made false claims about the safety of mifepristone. However, what concerns me the most as a mom and a first-time grandmother is your decades-long track record of promoting vaccine misinformation and profiting from it, despite the harms that it may cause to American children. And with that, I'll turn to my questions. In yesterday's hearing, you did not seem to know anything about EMTALA, even though I raised it with you during our meeting last week. So I'll give you another opportunity. Yes or no, do you believe that a person presenting to an emergency room
How
with a
old do you
severe
think she
illness
is?
should
Goodwin?
have any type of emergency care needed to save their life?
Any American who the
Yes
law
or no?
says.
Yes.
I'm answering the question. Any
Yes or
American,
no was the direction.
under the law, every American who presents to an emergency room must be treated, and I can enforce that law, and I believe that's the right thing to do.
Do you agree that a person who is
She was born in 1962.
pregnancy complications should be able to receive
Ah, spring chicken there,
emergency
bud.
care to save their life if that care is an abortion?
My understanding of President Trump's policy is that
I'm not asking you
women-
President Trump's policy. I'm asking you, what do
if
you,
it's-
what do
if
you
it's
believe?
yeah, if it's necessary to save the life of the mother.
Okay, so you
of
do
course,
believe,
yes.
yes, they should. Do you commit to ensuring that pregnant women will have access to all necessary emergency care, including an abortion, if it is required to save their life? or
DOJ
preserve-
sues
If
to
it's
stop
required to save their life.
HPE's
And would you
$14
agree
billion
that
deal
the
to buy Juniper
ability
Networks,
to
that's
provide
Hotel Papa
quality
Echo and
emergency
Julia
care
Member
for
JNPR.
pregnant women is essential to preventing
sued.
maternal
Okay.
mortality?
It's a nice
Providing
5-minute
care
candle here for maybe a
pregnant
pop
women,
over
we should be
410.
Providing care for pregnant women. President Trump wants to do
Juniper
that.
See if it does
shares
anything.
sold off here at down
Bottom
to
line for me, women should not be
34.34.
forced to
Yeah.
rely
No,
on
this thing-
emergency airlift.
This thing just
to
laughs
other
at
states
setups.
for
It's like,
life-saving care.
you
And
think
to be
so?
blunt,
That's just a liquidity spot for
in
me to
our meeting,
reverse it on your
lack
face.
of understanding really, again, was very concerning. In a 2023 interview, you described yourself saying, I'm a Kennedy Democrat. I believe in labor unions. I believe in a strong, robust middle class. I believe in racial justice.
Damn.
And just yesterday and today, during this hearing and the hearing yesterday, you said we need to respect diversity.
Why is this one down?
Mr. Kennedy, the Trump administration recently issued an executive order that directs the federal government to eliminate grants,
Is it a merger?
contracts, policies, programs, and activities that include diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. This executive order has already caused widespread confusion, fear, and uncertainty for
I don't know
healthcare
anything about the
providers,
deal.
researchers, public health professionals, and service providers across the country. You said in our meeting that
Damn.
you understand that health disparities exist. So yes or no, do you, in your view, do the following programs count as health DEI programs? Programs that target Black women to address the maternal mortality crisis?
Senator, there are
And
7.
yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that yes or no. If you want an answer, I'm happy to give it to you, but it's not a yes
I
or
just
no.
want a yes or no.
It's not susceptible to yes or no answer.
Well, then-
if you
then-
want to
then
hear
let-
an answer, Senator.
Let
if
me
you-
shift this, because I only have
If you
36.
want to hear an
I've
answer,
got
Senator, I'm
36.
very happy to
I've
give
got
you
now
one.
33 seconds. And there are people out here who want to understand that if they are at a pride parade and they're a healthcare provider, can they give out a brochure?
If you
They
want
wanna
people to
know
understand,
if
let me
they are
answer the
trying to have a
question.
program in a black church that is on Martin Luther King Day, will they be able to have that program? Will it be funded? Will they get in trouble? Will they be fired? That's the cause and concern. We all know that it is important that we have a healthy country. But
want me
as
to
you
answer the
said,
question,
health dis-
Senator?
I think I got my answer. Okay. Thank you, and I yield back.
I will
Thank
allow the witness to answer.
There are 7 departments at NIH that protect minority health and that seek to eliminate this. The shocking and unacceptable disparities in minority health. I believe in helping all people who are vulnerable. DEI programs that President Trump eliminated have spent $63 million with no discernible impact positive impact on human health
6:24,
in
a
this
couple minutes
country.
here.
There's institutions already that existed before President Biden, whose job it is to do just that.
Will you cut those programs that you just referenced?
That decision is up to Congress, not to the HHS Secretary.
Thank you, I yield back.
For the record, treating a miscarriage or ectopic pregnancy is not an abortion. It's just false. And so I would ask that not be, since I'm not into misinformation, I would ask that misinformation not continually be repeated. Senator Husted.
JMPR 624.
There we go. Thank you for the work that you have done
1 minute.
to create awareness about the food we eat and how it affects our health, particularly with our children. And you have helped put that on the American agenda, rightfully so, and I appreciate that. I want to share with you a few statistics. According to the CDC, obesity prevalence is around 42% among adults with lower incomes compared to 31% among higher income individuals. That the relationship is strong among women. 45% of low income women are obese compared to 29% of higher income women.
So if it lets go of this 3430
And I know
level, we can have some
I've had
fun.
this conversation over the course of my public service career many, many times because
What did I
the
say,
states
24? Yeah.
we run
10
the
seconds.
Medicaid program.
HPE
that
still
it
dropping.
impacts those health statistics, that obesity impacts our programs, the cost of them, the quality of life of the
10-minute
people
halt.
who are served. And I also get this question about why in the world does the federal government continue to subsidize programs that lead to unhealthy foods, and why do we operate programs in the way that
there
we
it
do,
is.
like with SNAP, that pays for foods that we know are causing people to be unhealthy? And I know you don't have the sole authority in this matter. The Department of Agriculture and the Congress is certainly it has an impact on that. But could you just shed some light on how you see your role in trying to impact that? Because we see that these policies are disproportionately affecting poor people, and the inability to change them and make America healthy again is having a disproportionate effect not only on them, but the cost of all of these programs we're trying to maintain.
No, of course.
Thank you for the question, Senator.
I can't win today. It's like
it's
just like yesterday.
The NIH has been converted into away from studying the etiology of chronic disease. So there's almost nothing at NIH, very, very little, a low percentage of its budget, a $42 billion budget.
I'm not even taking. Whoa, I got filled at 71.
Why we're having this obesity?
How is that
epidemic.
freaking
We know
possible?
it's an environmental toxin. Epidemics are not caused by genes. That genes may provide a vulnerability. You need an environmental toxin. Why aren't we devoting science to finding out what those toxins are and then eliminating them? And, you know, this just, the focus is on infectious disease and we almost altogether
NVIDIA back through that
ignored
120
chronic
pretty
disease, which
solidly.
causes 92% of the
See if it
deaths
holds
in this
up.
country. And during COVID, we had the highest death rate of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. No country did as poorly as us. When you ask CDC, why is that? They say because we are the sickest people on earth.
JNPR, Juniper shares
The
off
average
the lows
person who
now
died
after
from
resuming
COVID had 3.8
34.26,
chronic diseases.
down
American
91
blacks
cents.
were dying
JNPR.
from COVID greater than almost any population in the world, about over 3,000 deaths per million population. The only people
Again, the
worse are
DOJ
Indian
suing to
reservations,
stop
which
the
have an even higher rate.
Hewlett Packard
And the only
enterprise
person
deal to
worth,
acquire Juniper Networks. That's
who did
JNPR.
worse globally were Samoans. We had the American blacks were disproportionately impacted because they disproportionately have diabetes, obesity, cardiac illnesses, and other chronic disease. We need to start studying those, and we need to get rid of the conflicts in the agency.
30
that fund
seconds.
Those studies, and that that are focused on advancing the mercantile interests of the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry rather than the health of the American people.
Well, I would ask you to take, if confirmed, to take a leadership role across the agencies to advise us on what policy changes we must make to both not make it worse, but to make it better. Because we subsidize, literally, we have policies as a government that encourages the production of foods and the sale of foods, particularly our poorest Americans, that lead to these problems. We are literally creating the problem that we're trying to solve, and your recommendations would be very much appreciated.
We already have liaisons with the USDA, with Brooke Rollins, so that we can, with whom I have a very good relationship, so that we can work collaboratively to reduce the chronic disease and the exposures that are caused.
Look at this bid.
Thank you.
Look at this bid. Where are we going?
Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Kennedy, Bobby. We share a mutual oldest best friend, and I respect that affection that you have for him very, very much. You did talk a little longer in your introduction, so I'm going to try to urge concision, because I've got 3 or 4 questions. As I said when we met, I'm still very concerned about the issues around vaccination. But I thought I'd start with the ability of Medicare to negotiate drug prices, which was finally okayed in 2020.
I swear, as soon as I hit the sell button.
Medicare plan, $100 billion in the next 10 years, probably $1.5 billion out of consumers' pockets, Medicare patients, in just 2026 alone. Yesterday, you said that the Trump administration had issued a statement to lowering the cost of
I hit the sell button.
drugs.
I hit it.
Continuing the negotiation
gosh.
program. I went back and looked at that, and it was a statement that mentioned increasing transparency and then said they would solicit feedback on the Medicare drug price. But nowhere did it say in the statement that the administration was actually going to commit to lowering prices. So is that something you still feel that negotiation program and lowering those prices is important?
I've spoken to President Trump about negotiations. He's absolutely committed to negotiating lower drug prices.
Great. I appreciate that. You've also spoken much on the need to focus on prevention of chronic disease, which I think everyone shares. The MAHA movement is alive in Colorado as well as everywhere else. People are frustrated by the fact that for every dollar we spend on healthcare in this country, and it, as has been previously said, it's often double any other country, only a nickel goes to prevention. So when you look at that $100 billion that's going to be saved over the next 10 years through the negotiation of pharmaceuticals, do you have any ideas of how we could put that towards prevention, that revenue?
Well, that's a really good question, Senator Hickenlooper. I mean, there's 2 things. There's 2
I'm going to give you 40 seconds because I've got 2 more questions.
I mean, we can do Medicaid, Medicare, and Obamacare should be we should be moving to value-based care, which includes prevention. And then the other arm is at NIH, CDC, and FDA, which should identify the toxins that are contributing to chronic disease and eliminating them.
Great. Another short question with mifepristone, which has been described and discussed a lot already. And I understand your commitment to follow the policy of the president. But he has other tools at his behest. If there needs to be another study or looking at the other existing studies, will you make sure that there's no bias to the best of our human ability to twist those results in any way to support that policy? And I'm speaking now just about the defense of science, to make sure that those
Senator, I will
reviews are
commit
fair.
to you here today to review prior to approving any study at NIH to allow you to approve the protocols and the researchers and help us choose the research. All I want is good science. And I would love input from this committee on any study that we do. There's many ways that studies are flawed, and you can correct those at the outset in a lot of ways. So absolutely, I will work with you to make sure that it's science that you're satisfied with and I'm satisfied with.
That shows that this is the first time you're being considered for a cabinet position, because no other person would ever solicit and willingly approve our participation.
Well, I'm going to make that commitment. I know the hazard of it, but I'm going to do it anyway.
I'll hold you to it. Now, let me get to the vaccines, and I think this is crucial, because I think there is widespread distrust and increasing distrust in the scientific community. I am a scientist. Some have argued that I'm the only scientist in the Senate left that is actually, I've written research papers in peer-reviewed journals. I think I understand how it works, and that is a healthy skepticism is useful, but we want to make sure that's a healthy skepticism. And yesterday in the discussion about Lyme disease, you said that in your discussion that it was formulated to be a militaristic bioweapon.
Really need hotkeys.
You had heard that in 3 books, but you hadn't read through. And I think
Bitcoin at
at a certain
Coinbase.
point, if you're going to be an activist or some people would say a prophet, that
No, this is
what
not
you say
CFDs. CFDs are illegal in the United States
promoting something, promoting an idea.
for American citizens.
And I think when you've only read 3 books, or little bits of the 3 books, not the whole 3 books, isn't that reckless? I mean, isn't that, there's something about, aren't you then promoting this anti-science, the conspiracy about Lyme disease in this case, but the same thing about some of these vaccine issues?
Like I said, I never endorsed the issue. I said it's out there. For me not to acknowledge that is a form of manipulation. For me to say there is no question here, the government proclaimed orthodoxy is true. Anybody who believes it is a dissident.
I'm going to have time, and I appreciate the things. I just leave it that just because we do have one out of 36 kids that, again, we can't explain what it was. It's not fair to put that blame onto all kinds of things, but focus on vaccinations. I yield back.
Dr. Moody, Senator Moody, I'm sorry.
Joining us, and thank you for sitting down with me and spending so much time with me in my office. It has been an overwhelming week. I am the junior-most senator on this committee, and certainly you treated me no differently than the chairman, and I am grateful to you for that. One of the topics we spent a long time talking about was your assurance and knowledge and understanding that it was the states that, in fact, gave limited power to the federal government and not the other way around, and your assurance that you will not use your agency or any organization that falls under your leadership to interfere with the state's ability to set policy or any autonomy of the state to enact or enforce laws that protect the lives of the unborn. I think that that is a concern of many. It was certainly one of mine, and you allayed those concerns, and I appreciated you spending so much time with your assurances. I want to turn to some of the discussions regarding many which would say the government and health professionals did great harm to science and medicine in the wake of COVID-19. America, I believe, is at a crossroads where unfortunately things that used to not be particularly political, like science and medicine, are now politicized to the point where reality is distorted. What you believe has little to do with truth or facts and everything to do with your party. My hope is that you, Mr. Kennedy, and President Trump's other appointees will break this cycle that is threatening America and destroying its promise. Certainly, while I was the Attorney General of Florida, I had the responsibility in numerous areas to seek the truth and bring justice. Working with Governor DeSantis and other leaders, we launched grand jury investigations. And I want to bring your attention to one of those grand jury investigations that dealt with COVID-19 and the actions of government officials and Big Pharma. And remember that a grand jury investigation is made up of lay people, 18 in this instance that were brought from different communities in Florida. And I just want to read into the record one paragraph for your consideration. Much of the goodwill by the COVID-19 vaccines was squandered in the following years as sponsors and federal regulators collaborated to push out booster after booster based on shallow, inaccurate safety and efficacy data, sidelining their own ombudsman to get doses of these vaccines into the arms of every American, regardless of their underlying risk from the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Erstwhile gatekeepers became cheerleaders as federal regulators, with the trust of the American people, dragged their feet in publicly confirming important safety signals, and then sanctioned long delays in mandatory post-marketing studies involving those very same signals. Sponsors abused the scientific journal system and regulatory reporting requirements, delaying public disclosure of serious adverse events from their clinical trials for years, and I could go on. Mr. Kennedy, as Secretary of Health and Human Services, will you use your position to squelch medical or scientific views with which you disagree?
Never. And, you know, and this is relevant to what Senator Hickenlooper was asking me. We've tried this system where government lies to Americans, or where they tell them about it, that they have it with a level of assurance that they don't feel themselves, and it isn't working. The initial COVID vaccine, Americans flocked to get it. I think 95% of Americans went and got it. The CDC has now recommended an 8th booster, and only 23% of Americans at most are taking it. It's because 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC. That's not a good thing. If we want uptake of vaccines, we need a trustworthy government.
34 is a little harder than it should be.
Like Japan and a few years ago in Germany, they had the same uptake as we did, without any mandates, because people trust their government. That's what I want to restore to the American people and the vaccine program. I want people to know if the government says something, it's true. It's not manipulative.
And
it's not a noble truth, which is what a certain doctor called his lies.
Certainly, I don't have a lot of time, but I would like to bring your attention to another grand jury investigation that we did in Florida, and I would ask Mr. Chairman to enter into the hearing record 2 grand jury reports related to human trafficking and COVID-19. To have your commitment that any organization under your purview will work with the states, not impede our investigations to ensure that children that are in this
Jim
country
Leventhal
that
announces he's
are
trimmed his
minors
Oracle
that
position.
Are under your purview, that you will communicate with us so that we can have the information to make sure that they are safe. Unlike in an investigation where Biden blocked us in this administration at every turn to
At
keep us from getting
92.
information showing that they trafficked children that were brought into this country and lost dozens. Tens of thousands of children, lost track of them, and never gave us in DCF in Florida the information so that we could protect them. To have your word that you will protect children if you're given that responsibility.
Absolutely. And President Trump is determined to find the 300,000 children who were lost over the past 4 years and to return them to their parents.
Thank you.
Without objection, it can be entered into the record. Senator Markey.
Thank you. Yesterday, under oath, you told my colleagues on the Senate Finance Committee that when you went to Samoa in June of 2019, it, quote, had nothing to do with vaccines.
By 10%.
Will you confirm again today that the trip had nothing to do with vaccines?
I did. My purpose in going down there had nothing to do with vaccines.
Well, I have in my hand a blog post in 2021 in which you say the anti-vaccine group Children's Health Defense, which you ran, offered to fund the purpose of the trip to Samoa. And in the same post, you state that the trip was ultimately arranged by an anti-vaccine activist. And during the trip, you met with an activist who later compared vaccine mandates to Nazi Germany. And during that trip, you also discussed vaccines with the Prime Minister and the Director General of Health of Samoa. The Director General of Health said you specifically discussed your views on vaccine safety fears. And with unanimous consent, I will submit those blog posts, Mr. Chairman, into the record.
Without objection.
Can I reply to that, Senator?
I'm going to ask you, I'll ask you again. Did the trip have nothing to do with vaccines, as you told my colleagues at Senate Finance yesterday?
Vaccines. And if you want me to explain, I will.
Did it have anything to do with vaccines?
No, it did not.
It did not. Well,
my purpose in the trip was not to. I ended up having conversations with people, some of whom I never intended to meet.
Well, again, an anti-vaxxer.
How much lower can this thing go? I mean, we're 22 cents.
Well, you call them an anti-vaxxer. That's not what they would call themselves. They call themselves safe vaccine advocates. I went down there, a CHD, which was that group, offered $6 million to obtain a grant for $6 million to install to digitalize the health records of Samoa.
Well,
Go on,
I just want
state-of-the-art medical informatics system.
Thank you,
And that was the purpose of my trip,
I
Senator.
got it, thank you. So let me just follow through now, 2019. So now in October of 2019, the CDC declared a measles outbreak in Samoa. And in November, Samoa started a mass vaccination campaign to stop the outbreak.
Is he from Boston? Is this a Boston guy? Senator Markey.
People had already died from the outbreak, and Samoa was trying to respond to the crisis. You sent a letter to the Prime Minister of Samoa stating that, quote,
Massachusetts.
it is a regrettable possibility that these children are causalities of the vaccine. By unanimous consent, I will introduce that
Shocker.
into the record.
Without objection.
So as Samoa was trying to contain the outbreak, you were saying that it was the fault of the vaccine rather than the absence of vaccinations that caused the outbreak in Samoa in the same year you visited Samoa.
And I replied to that, Senator.
Let me just finish. The death count in Samoa grew to 83. And ultimately, volunteers in New Zealand sent tiny coffins to help bury the dozens of children who died. And the Samoan Director General of Health later said,
ACO in
with his
5
last
minutes.
name and the status attached to it, people will believe him. People will believe Robert Kennedy. And a New Zealand vaccinologist later said the impact of your role was devastating. So your name and your profile helped fuel a measles outbreak. You scared people from taking a vaccine. It slowed the public health response, and children died. You've taken no responsibility thus far. And if an outbreak occurs in the United States, I have no evidence that you would not use your role as secretary to spread dangerous misinformation. So that one incident, from my perspective, disqualifies you from holding any position in healthcare, much less the #1 health official in the United States. And 75 Nobel Prize winners in science have said very clearly that you should not be confirmed, that it would be dangerous for you to have
And you
this
should look at their
job.
conflicts,
Senator.
You should look at their conflicts of those individuals.
Well, 75
And
Nobel...
you should look at who financed that letter.
75 Nobel Prize winners, and by the way, of a high percentage of the medical community in Boston, the health capital of the United States and the world, have said the same thing about your qualifications. They're saying to me they don't want tiny coffins as well. Neither do I. So that's the basis of my reservations about you, and the reason why I'm going to vote no on your candidacy, because I just think it's too dangerous to run the threat that that misinformation is spread in our country in the same way it was in Samoa.
Senator Murkowski
Keep
and
an eye on that
compliment
one.
Mullen and Murkowski. They've stayed here the entire conference.
Kidding
They're
me.
obligated. They're not obligated to like the two of us. Not that we wouldn't have otherwise. But Senator Murkowski, you please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think these are exactly the types of forums that we all need to be engaged in from start to finish. Because
Can you speak up, Senator
there
Murkowski?
has been there's been considerable discussion here about many issues, certainly a lot about vaccines.
This is one I've been watching for a
care,
while.
Deeply
This
about making
BFRG.
sure that our vaccines
I don't know if I have
are
the
safe,
diagonal
the
right.
efficacy of them, the availability of them, how we disseminate them is particularly important in a very, very rural state like mine. You have experience there. You understand that. I am particularly attracted by the focus on chronic diseases. We know that if we can do a better job with chronic diseases, maybe some of the other things that we are susceptible to in the infectious diseases area,
Hey,
we're
Maud, putting in
able
a 5-minute cuck
to,
here.
to perhaps pull back.
Might
a
not
little
be
bit
doing
on
something.
that. But our reality is, in order to make this country healthy
See.
again, it is a focus on everything. It is the prevention. It is the necessity
Tesla?
of coming up with these
Oh,
life-saving
what time frame you looking?
vaccines that are going to be so critically important. It is personal care. It is food. It is exercise. It is all of the above. And we got to figure it out together.
Video,
We do need to
15-minute
shake some things up, but we
cuck
also need
off of
we
VWAP.
also need to give a level of confidence. And this is what I'm hearing from so many of my colleagues who have raised the issue of vaccines. We have made some considerable gains in my state of Alaska
5 minute,
with
maybe.
vaccinating the many people in very rural areas where one disease outbreak can wipe out an entire village. We saw this in 1918 with the Spanish flu, and that's why everyone was rattled to the core. Villages were shut down entirely during COVID because of the fear of transmission. And so they're looking for these life-saving ways and means. And so when there is a lack of confidence, when there is a doubt, it's like, well, what do I do? And so we're pulling back then.
Ticker Uber, UBER, and ticker Waymo. Waymo is tweeting that Uber will be in its
Some of
Atlanta.
these deadly diseases that we thought we had wiped out years ago. We have dramatically
offering later
reduced
this year.
Diseases in my state like Hep
Uber will be in the
A and
offering.
B and
What?
meningitis. We're just now getting through a tough bout
Uber
of
shares seeing an
whooping
increase of
cough
activity on that.
came around to the state. Now there's a scare in the peninsula.
Okay.
In Alaska about a
Okay.
measles outbreak. So
Got it wrong the first time, but second time.
can't be going backwards with our vaccinations that will allow for this level
So
of
Waymo's going to work with Uber.
So I'm
Is Lyft's going to
asking you,
move down on
you are
that?
clearly an influencer.
Oh,
You
Waymo
are
does note
clearly
it will
an
be
influencer.
through
You would not be
exclusively
in this
through
position
Uber.
today.
Only through
But
Uber.
you can
Oh.
see how your podium,
Oh,
your
that's
platform,
bullish.
your voice can influence so many. So I am
That's
I am
good.
asking
Lyft
you
is just
on
going
this-
up
on the
because of
issue
the
of
bots,
vaccines
but
specifically,
watch this reverse
that
on
you
Lyft.
convey with a level of authority and science, but also with a level of conviction and
Yeah,
free
Lyft is just
conflict
going because
and
of bots,
free
but
of
that might
political
reverse.
bias,
Keep an eye on that one.
that these are measures that we should be proud of as a country. Proud of as a country. Look to what President Trump was able to do with the COVID vaccine. It was extraordinary, and it did save lives. I need time for a question, so let me. I'm asking you to focus on how you can use your position to provide for greater levels of confidence to the public when it comes to these life-saving areas. So I'm going to pivot to a question that you can answer. This relates.
I can answer that one,
you know,
too.
I know, but I have 43 seconds, and no one has talked about our native populations.
It's not
When you
really
look
holding
at
up.
our health statistics, whether it's Alaska Natives or whether it is American Indians, our health statistics in this country, you know very well,
Lyft's
because
starting
we've
to
talked about them,
pull
are
back.
not where they need to
I don't know
be.
if this holds up or not.
And it's in all categories. It's infectious disease, it's tuberculosis, it's Hep C, it's mental health, it's depression, it's substance use, it's sexually transmitted diseases, it's hypertension, stroke. It is so deep,
Uber's
and
reversing.
it is so challenging, and it is so hard. You have received support from Native American tribes. You have been in these areas. You have been quoted, and I'd like for your comment on this, as quoted saying, as far as budgeting for Indian country, you said you would immediately triple the budget to support tribes. Can you expand on this pledge and the commitment? Because this is an area where we have truly left our Native people behind when it comes to their health and their health outcomes.
Watching over 65,
Thank you, Senator.
90
And,
here.
you know, this is an issue, as you and I talked about, that is very important. It's always been a priority for me. I spent 20% of my career working on Native issues. I was one of the founding editors of Indian Country Today, which is the biggest Indian newspaper. My father and uncle, Ted Kennedy, my father, were deeply, deeply critical of the functioning of the Indian Health Service back in 1968 to 1980, and nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. I'm going to bring in a Native at the Assistant Secretary level. I'd like to get him actually designated as a Assistant Secretary for the first time in American history. Make sure that all of the decisions that we make in our agency are conscious of their impacts on the First Nations. I've spent a lot of time in your state. It's my favorite place to go. I've been up with the Gwich'in, representing the Gwich'in people up in Arctic Village, and been all over the state in the remote areas. I understand in Alaska the unique needs of Alaska because of remote health care, because some of these areas are not even accessible except for airplane. That they don't have ambulance services, that the federal government needs to pay attention to financing transportation, the unusual ways that are required there, and that we really need to focus on telemedicine and AI. Make sure that even in remote places in Alaska, that Native people can get high-quality health care, and we can do that today. And I look forward to working with you on those issues and others.
How is Lyft still moving up and
Kowski
Uber
sets the
isn't?
record for going over.
Wait.
Senator also Brooks.
Sorry. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kennedy, I was struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in
Uber
our
was
meeting
known.
last week.
Let's take our
where you made it
INMB,
abundantly
India
clear to
November,
me,
Michael Bravo, shares are
that you
seeing a spike in
intended to clean
activity, new
house
highs.
of the professional
INMB.
scientists at the National Institutes of Health, which you know is headquartered in the state of Maryland, and employs thousands of hardworking Marylanders. I, for the record, believe in scientists, and I
That was
believe in
last year.
doctors, and I trust
Didn't
them
know. He's just
over
reporting what he's
politicians
saying.
without medical degrees.
It's not bad.
You talked about bad
It's the headline that
science
moves
and
stocks.
bad scientists, and in fact, you specifically said to me, in response to my question, that you intend to replace the bad scientist with the good scientist. And so I want to ask you, in your opinion, what makes a scientist or a doctor qualified to serve at the National Institutes of Health?
A scientist who's devoted to empirical methodology, to evidence-based science, scientists who understand the importance of replication, the importance of publishing raw data and being open and transparent about it, the importance of publishing peer review. We have, NIH has overseen over the past several years the decline, the precipitous decline in American health. There's 91,000 people at HHS, and are you suggesting that some of them should not be held responsible for that decline? They were in charge of protecting our health.
Let me just insert here.
Let me just finish.
But let me
by
just say
saying
this, because I only have 3 minutes left. I don't set the rules here, but I ask the questions. And the question is really whether you intend, as you said, to substitute essentially your judgment for the judgment of these professional scientists and doctors.
I'm not going to substitute my judgment for science. Of course, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, listen, the New York Times just did an article last week talking about the fraud, the 20-year fraud, 800 fraudulent studies produced by NIH on amyloid plaques, and not allowing any other hypothesis about the cause of Alzheimer's
Well, how
to be
will you
explored.
decide, Mr. Kennedy, which scientists
The ones
are
who
bad
are-
scientists?
the ones
Are
who
they
are-
the
who
ones
are-
who disagree with you?
The ones who are corrupt, the ones who have been doing science like the amyloid plaque studies that were fraudulent. We
These
should
doctors,
not.
let me ask you a question. Do you have a medical degree?
Oh my gosh.
No.
Ticker
Let me
NVS,
go to
November
the next
Victor
question.
Standing
The
Shoes are
Heritage
seeing a spike in
Fund has
activity, new highs.
compiled a
NVS.
watch list of federal employees to go after federal staff. Is there a watch list for federal
Why did
staff
this
at
pop?
HHS?
Not that I know of.
Have you or has anyone in the administration developed a list of career scientists or federal staff that you would target for termination?
Not that I know of.
And let me just ask you another question. Now, your failed presidential campaign has been raising money to try and cover your debts. And you were questioned about this yesterday and failed to answer a question that Senator Warren asked you. And so I want to ask you again regarding these emails that you have sent to raise money. How much has your presidential campaign made fundraising off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Excuse me? I didn't hear the question. The last part.
How much money has your presidential campaign made off of fundraising, off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Zero.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 emails from this week and the week before regarding fundraising that you are currently doing through your presidential campaign.
Without objection. And
finally, I want to ask you, I have you said you were on a show on February 26, 2021, an interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote, "We should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours." Can you please explain what you meant?
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that to particular antigens that Blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests that Blacks need fewer antigens.
This is so dangerous.
You get the same measles vaccine.
Mr. Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be voting against your nomination because your views are dangerous to our state and to our country.
I mean, do you think science is dangerous?
I'll take your LTBR, Lima Tango Bravo Romeo, shows our seen a spike in activity new highs, LTBR. I'll take your NVS, also continues to see activity new highs.
Collins, who would have been here the whole time, but she was in an Intel committee. So Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Juicing.
Mr. Kennedy, welcome, first of all. I agree with you that there needs to be more focus on chronic diseases like diabetes, like Alzheimer's. But it concerns me when I read a quote from you that says, "I'm going to say to NIH scientists, God bless you all, thank you for your public service. We're going to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years." Don't we need to do both? Don't
Yes, absolutely, Senator. The problem is there's been an imbalance. We've devoted all of these dollars to infectious disease and to drug development to make NIH an incubator for the pharmaceutical industry, and very little to chronic disease. But chronic disease is 92% of deaths in our country. It's 9 out of every $10 we spend on our budget. Why aren't we devoting at least equivalent studies to determining the etiology of our chronic disease? It just seems like common sense to me.
I would point out that in many cases it's Congress rather than HHS who sets the funding levels for various diseases.
But NIH decides, has panels that decide who gets funding, not Congress, Senator.
I want to share with you a discussion that I had with the main pediatric nurse practitioner. She raised the concern that if people are discouraged from getting their children vaccinated, we will lose the herd immunity in a classroom. And that means that a child who may be immunosuppressed and cannot get a vaccine are at risk of being in a classroom with an unvaccinated child and thus at risk of getting the infectious disease because we've lost the herd immunity. What would be your response to that?
My response is that vaccine uptake for the COVID vaccine, for example, is down to 23%. And all vaccines are dropping, and they're doing that because people don't believe the government anymore. We need good science, and I'm going to bring that in. I'm going to restore trust, and that will restore vaccine uptake.
Well, you're certainly correct about what happened with the COVID vaccine, but let me switch to the polio vaccine. Do you think that the polio vaccine is safe and effective?
Yes, I do.
And so would you seek to reduce its availability in any way?
No, not at all.
The state of Maine has seen
cannot get going.
a
It loves
steady
flushing, but
and
it just cannot.
disturbing increase
It's so
in
good at
Lyme
flushing, just
disease
not good at
cases
juicing.
over the past decade. We
Tesla
talked a little
15-minute
bit
cock
about this
looks
in
kinda
my
decent here.
office. In 2023, Maine had a record number of Lyme disease cases, nearly 3,000 reported cases. Fortunately, there is a promising vaccine trial for Lyme disease that is underway at Maine Health in Portland. Access to a Lyme disease would be a monumental step forward in reducing the burden of this disease, which can have lifelong effects. I've seen it in members of my own family. As HHS Secretary have confirmed, what influence would you exercise over new vaccine approvals, such as one for Lyme disease?
Senator, you and I have talked about this issue. I've had Lyme disease. I lived in the epicenter of Lyme disease. Every member of my family my immediate family has had Lyme disease. I had a son whose face was paralyzed for a year. I have a son today who has been suffering with devastating effects from Lyme disease for 2 years. There's nobody who will fight harder to find a vaccine or a treatment for Lyme disease than me.
I very much appreciate that assurance, and I'm sorry that your own family has been so adversely affected. In Maine, we have a lot of people who work outside and work in the woods, and ticks are everywhere. So this is a very important issue to me. Thank you.
And to me too, Senator.
We're almost to the end. Let me acknowledge Senator Moody has also been here the whole time. And so, thank you, Senator Moody. Yeah, well, just incredible diligence. Thank you. Both Senator Sanders and I will have a couple questions, and then we'll each have a closing statement, and then your long national nightmare will be over. First, a couple more of commit-type questions. If you are confirmed, do you commit that you will not work to impound, divert, or otherwise reduce any funding appropriated by Congress for the purpose of vaccination programs?
Yes.
And do you commit that you will not impose new grant conditions outside of congressional direction for state, local, or global entities that in any way limits, restricts, or rescinds access to vaccines or vaccine promotion programs?
Tight wedge here.
Yes.
And then this is the nice thing about listening to all of this. Let me ask this. I've been impressed. One, you've handled yourself very well. I've been impressed that on many things you are familiar with recent medical data. But on other things, you haven't been. So let me bring up two things that are very pertinent now. While sitting here, I went up to look at the medical literature on these issues. And here's a title, Why Parents Say No to Having Their Children Vaccinated Against Measles, a systemic review of the social determinants of parental perceptions on MMR vaccine hesitancy. And they found that fear of autism is a major driver for vaccine hesitancy among those with a college education or higher. influenced by internet social media narratives over physician-based vaccine information. I'll go back to something I said earlier. You got to follow it, man. There's a lot of people that look to you for, do I get vaccinated or not? People that I kind of know. But here it says it's not just my anecdote, it's actually out there. But when I raised, and you said, well, if I show you the data, you'll change your, because I asked, will you unequivocally, without qualification, say that measles vaccine does not cause autism? And you said, if I show you the data.
I will publicly apologize
So here's a
and say that I was wrong.
Here's a meta-analysis from 2014, and you quoted Cochrane on several occasions, which for the people watching is a meta-analysis. A meta meaning they look at everything and then they come to a conclusion based upon as much facts as they can get. And here is such a study, and the title tells it all. Vaccines are not associated with autism, an evidence-based meta-analysis of case control and cohort studies.
Do it.
And they ended up looking at 5 cohort studies with roughly 1.2 million children. Now, this is from 2014, and it has
45, 50.
references. And then I got a text from a former employee of the NIH, I emphasize the former, who says that in
Old 50, son
early in
bitch.
the President Trump's term, you and colleagues sent 90 papers for review by people at NIH. They felt like the NIH folks felt that without exception, they were severely lacking methodologically, and or found that they indeed showed the safety of these vaccines. We tried to engage Mr. Kennedy, but his colleagues refused to acknowledge the expertise of dozens
Once again,
of
push
NIH
the sell button.
scientists who made
Dump!
those papers. Now, you're a smart guy. You're reading the medical literature, and you're coming up with the recent medical literature on certain issues. But here is both older article, summarizing lots of older articles that have come out since the original.
I know ticker TNXP Tango November X-ray Papa.
And autism.
The
And here's
article
somebody who,
circulations on Tonix Pharmaceuticals for Market Beat.
He said.
Tonix
somebody who said
Pharmaceuticals is a
that-
penny
that-
stock with
that
over
previously you've had this presented to
13,000%
you.
upside potential.
So,
FDA
back to me.
approval is on the
13,000%?
Biotech Tech's
understand.
big breakout. Coming from Market Beat.
Convince me.
What headline is that? Who's
that
pumping
you
this
will
thing?
become the public health advocate, but not just churn old information so that there's never a conclusion.
All right,
as
let's see.
Senator Hassan
1.5 million.
But that will become the influencer for people to believe, no, there's 1.25 million kids studied and there's no autism associated with measles.
2 million shares off of that headline.
You tell me,
Oh,
you see what my
okay.
question is in there.
I'm going to be an advocate for strong science.
Tesla's juicing over
You
400.
show
I
me
missed
those
out on that.
scientific studies, and you and I can meet about it. And
Well, ticker TNXP
there
seen
are
heavy
other
activity on
studies
the
as
article
well.
circulation
I'd
for
love
Market
to
Beat.
show those to you. There's a study that came out last week of 47,000 9-year-olds in the Medicaid system in Florida.
Tesla
I
juicing.
think a Louisiana scientist called Mawson that shows the opposite. So there are other studies out there. I just want to follow the science. And I will do, if the science says that I am wrong about what I've said in the past, as I said, I will publicly apologize. There's many times I've been wrong about science. If
The
you look at
entire
my
float
Instagram
just
account,
got
when I'm
bought right
wrong,
here.
I apologize.
And we moved
And I
1
say I
penny.
was wrong. I don't have any problem. Science is a process of challenging hypotheses with new evidence.
Yeah.
You know, scientists have to be able to admit when they're wrong.
Yeah.
Epidemiological studies, you know, the Institute of Medicine has said repeatedly in 2013, 2017, when they investigated this, has asked CDC to do certain studies, animal studies, bench studies, observational studies, studies of the vaccine safety data link. CDC has not done that. Oh, I want them to do that, and I want the best science. I can guarantee you, on my word of honor, that if you show me science
Jeez,
that
that volume.
says that I'm wrong, I'm going to say I was wrong. I don't have any problem. There's nothing that would make me happier We need to be able to look at the science and get IOM involved, the National Academy of Sciences. They're the ultimate arbiter of safety.
What was that?
And you know, one of the things we need to do, I think, is a subject that we haven't talked about here. Why don't we know what's causing this epidemic? Why hasn't the CDC been looking at other hypotheses to determine the etiology of why we've had this dramatic 1,000% increase
Preloaded,
in
yeah.
this disease?
Beta Chuck just
destroying our
dumped
kids.
the
It's one of
entire
biggest
freaking float on us, huh?
Why don't we know the answer after 30 years of steady rises in autism rates? Why don't we know the answer to that? We should know the answer.
What was that? What was that last article? Did you mention?
That article is by Mawson, Mawson.
And it's regarding measles and what?
No, it looks at the entire schedule and it says it's a study of 9-year-old boys, 47,000 9-year-old boys from the Florida healthcare data.
Okay, let me, Senator Sanders.
Thank you. And I find myself in the unusual and uncomfortable position of having to agree with Senator Cassidy's line of questioning. Mr. Kennedy, in an interview in July 2023, you stated, quote, "I do believe autism does come from vaccines." And you have the end of quote. And
Russian now accused the Biden administration of trying to assassinate Donald Trump.
For his research.
Vladimir Putin and other world leaders.
What studies, you talk about the need to be science-based, to get our information, good information.
It's a great headline.
What studies have you utilized to come to the conclusion that vaccines cause autism?
I'm happy to sit down with you.
No, please, just answer me that.
I mean, look at the Mawson study, Senator.
The what? Yeah.
Mawson, just look at that study.
Yeah, I will, and that was published.
But I don't, I don't want to, I wouldn't rest on a single study.
Right.
And all studies can be
Okay, don't mean to be rude, I don't have a lot of time.
Just saying
You would not be, I just heard you say you could not be happier if you were proved wrong. Mr. Chairman, I asked to put into the record 16 studies done by scientists and doctors all over the world saying that vaccines do not cause autism. Are you happy with that objection?
Look at the IOM assessment of those 16 studies, Senator. The IOM has assessed them, but listen,
Let me get to it. Don't have a lot of time. I apologize. I'm happy to talk to you at another time. Don't have a lot of time. Let's talk about COVID. And I just want clarity on the issue. And again, I apologize. You have to be brief. We don't have a lot of time. Scientists have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives. President Trump said the COVID vaccine was, quote, one of the great miracles of the ages, end quote.
To NAOV, November Alpha Oscar. Victor shares RCD spike in activity, new highs, NAOV.
Ever made, end of quote. Was the COVID vaccine the deadliest vaccine ever made?
The reason I said that, Senator Sanders, is because there were more reports on the VAERS system, on the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which is the only surveillance system, that and VSafe. And there were more reports of injuries and deaths than all other vaccines combined.
But was it the scientists said it saved 3 million
According
lives?
to VAERS. I don't know, because we don't have a good surveillance system.
So you disagree with the scientific community that...
Oh, I'm agnostic because we don't have the science to make that determination.
Really? Okay. Prescription drug prices in America, as you know.
And by the way, I think President Trump did an extraordinary job on Warp Speed because he wasn't just focusing on that one intervention. He was focusing on...
He called it a miracle, but you have cast doubts on its efficacy. All right. Prescription drugs. We're going to make America healthy. I agree with you that we need a revolution in the nature of food in America.
Just went through, did it really?
Very, very important. But there are people who are going to get sick, and they have to go to the doctor and find out why. 1 out of 4 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs that doctors
Benzinga Pro
prescribe.
Squawk has disconnected.
We pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. we made some progress under the Biden administration
Really?
of negotiating prescription
Benzinger
drug
Pro
prices
Squawk
with
has
pharma. First time
reconnected.
that's ever happened. Now, yesterday you told me that the White House was going to issue something affirming their support for continuing those Medicare negotiations. Turned out not to be quite accurate. They came up with some bland statement, could have been written by pharma. Very specific questions. Do you believe and will you insist that Medicare continue to negotiate prices with the pharmaceutical industry so we can substantially lower prescription drug costs in America?
President Trump has made it very clear to me that he wants to negotiate prices.
Negotiate is a big word, Bobby. It's a big word.
It's the word you just used, Senator.
Yeah, but no, I use defend a particular law. Will you defend the law in the Inflation Reduction Act, which already is negotiating prescription drug prices?
President Trump wants us to negotiate drug price. He wants to
But you're
lower
not-
drug prices.
So you're not telling me that you will defend the law that we passed, which has already had significant success?
Well, the Congress, look, I'm going to comply with the law, Senator. Congress passed the law. I'm swearing an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to comply
You're
with the
going to have a
laws.
significant influence on healthcare policy if you are.
And I'm going to
confirmed.
comply with the laws.
Let me just say this in conclusion, Chairman Cassidy. President Trump and Mr. Kennedy are quite right when they say that our system is broken. They're right. Our economic system today is broken. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Wages have been stagnant for American workers for 50 years. The economy is broken. You know what? Our political system is broken and corrupt. You have a handful of billionaires in both political parties who contribute huge amounts of money to elect candidates in this room throughout the United States Congress. That is a broken political system and a real threat to democracy. Our healthcare
I don't know what
system
Cater sounds like.
is broken.
I know what her
Broken
feet look
for
like,
some
though.
of the reasons Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are. So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will
we're the
you
sickest.
guarantee do what every other major country does? It's a simple question, Bobby.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, no.
And
Oh,
protecting
Billy.
their interests.
Oh, Billy.
I
Shots
thought that-
fired.
No. I ran for president like you. I got millions
know.
and millions of contributions. They did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry. They came from workers.
In 2020, you were the single largest
Because I had
receiver of
small
pharmaceutical money.
contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
You were the
missed not a nickel from corporate
Bernie,
PACs.
you were the single largest
From
acceptor of
workers-
pharmaceutical dollars.
No, from workers in the industry.
1.5 million.
Yeah, out of 200 million. All right, but
Oh, so you did, oh, none, and then,
haven't
oh,
answered
just
the
small
last
amount.
question. You have not answered my question.
Mr.
How
Chairman,
the heck
we're
do
3
we make
minutes.
America, how do we make America healthy if you don't guarantee health
Chairman,
care
we're
to all
literally
people?
3 minutes over here now.
Well,
He-
so what?
How long does it keep going?
The burn is
Sometimes
failing the
it's battering
burn.
whistles,
Not
Bernie.
battering the whistles. I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an
And
answer.
you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody else would.
We'll come to order. Bernie's going over.
Oh, Mullen's stepping in there, throwing a right hook.
Before I ever entered politics, before I was ever thinking about running for office, I practiced medicine for 30 years. I worked in public hospitals in California, Louisiana, specialized in
That's the heat we needed. That's the
caring for
juice we
those who
needed.
Otherwise would not have had a specialist. If you will, dedicating my life to saving lives. That is, being a doctor. That ethic guides me now. In my opening statement,
All right.
I
Didn't
told the
do what I
story
thought I was
of
going
a
to do.
patient, an 18-year-old girl with acute liver failure.
Let me go
from
wrestle a
hepatitis
grizzly
B,
bear.
being air ambulanced to LSU Shreveport Hospital for a liver transplant. Now, let me finish the story. Her mother wasn't allowed to fly in the helicopter, so her mother drove the 3 hours from Baton Rouge to Shreveport. Now, when she arrived, they let her visit her daughter before she went back to the OR. And the mom goes in to say a prayer, squeezes the daughter's hand. The daughter's eyes open, and she said, "Mama?" And the daughter began to recover. Powerful story with a happy ending. But as a doctor, I saw endings not so happy. I just had a
That's
friend
juicing
text
up
me,
your voice.
2 children died in an intensive care unit in a Baton Rouge hospital from vaccine-preventable diseases this past month. So my concern is that if there's any false note, any undermining of a mama's trust in vaccines, another person will die from a vaccine-preventable disease. Now, you've got a megaphone. Maybe you and Bernie, Bobby and Bernie. Of everybody in this room, the 2 of you have the biggest followings, tremendous credibility. And with that influence comes a great responsibility. Now, my responsibility is to learn, try and determine if you can be trusted to support the best public health.
Okay. Uber.
A worthy
Damn you.
movement called MAHA to improve the health of Americans, or to undermine it, always asking for more evidence and never accepting the evidence that is there. I looked at the article from Dr. Mawson, and it seems to have some issues. I'll just put that to the side. And that is why I've been struggling with your nomination. There are issues ultra-processed food, obesity, we are simpatico. We're completely aligned. And as someone who has discussed immunizations with thousands of
So with a cask.
I understand that mothers want reassurance that the vaccine their child is receiving is necessary, safe, and effective. We agree on that point, the 2 of us, but we've approached it differently. And I think I can say that I've approached it using the preponderance of evidence to reassure, and you have approached using selected evidence to cast doubt. Now, put differently, we're about the same age. Does a 70-year-old man, 71-year-old man who has spent decades criticizing vaccines and who's financially vested in finding fault with vaccines, can he change his attitudes and approach now that he'll have the most important position influencing vaccine policy in the United States? Will you continue what you have been, or will you overturn a new leaf at age 70? I recognize, man, if you come out unequivocally, vaccines are safe, it does not cause autism, that would have an incredible impact. That's your power. So what's it going to be? Will it be using the credibility to support lots of articles?
Tesla juice in
Or
your
will it be
voice.
using credibility to undermine? And I got to figure that out for my vote. You have the power to help rebuild, to help public health institutions re-earn the trust of the American people. Now, let's be political. I'm a Republican. I represent the amazing state of Louisiana. And as a patriotic American, I want President Trump's policies to succeed in making America and Americans more secure, more prosperous, healthier. But if there's someone that is not vaccinated because of policies or attitudes you bring to the department, and there's another 18-year-old who dies of a vaccine-preventable disease, helicoptered away, God forbid dies, it'll be blown up in the press. The greatest tragedy will be her death, but I can also tell you an associated tragedy that will cast a shadow over President Trump's legacy. which I want to be the absolute best legacy it can be. So, that's my dilemma, man. And you may be hearing from me over the weekend. You may be hearing from me over the weekend. I once again thank you for your time, and I yield to my ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for your job today in conducting this very, very important hearing. Let me reiterate.
I mean, perfect
my
balance off
concerns.
340 there.
Every person on this panel, and I would hope everybody in America, wants
Tesla
to
cuck
make
and
us
go.
the healthiest country
Bam.
on earth. And I applaud Mr. Kennedy
Tesla
for
one day max is around
raising
410.
the issues and talking about some very important truths. But what I am not hearing from him are some very specific policy issues that we absolutely need if we're going to make America healthy. It is unquestionable that when 68,000 Americans die because they can't afford to go to a doctor, you got to deal with that. And I have not heard one word about the need for universal health care that exists in every country on earth. When 1 out of 4 people can't afford prescription drugs because the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off and charging us 10 times more in some cases than the people in other countries. I have not heard the definitive answer I need that we're not going to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. And one of the points I think that Mr. Kennedy made, which is right, healthcare is not just medical care. It's a lot more. Talk about the food industry. We have held a hearing, Senator Cassidy and I held a hearing a couple of months ago, where we made the point that the food industry is, in fact, poisoning our kids with addictive food that is leading to obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, etc. And I hope that our Congress and the White House will have the courage to take on a very powerful food industry and demand that the products that they sell our kids are in fact healthy and non-addictive. In many ways, what the food industry is doing today is what the tobacco industry did 50 or 60 years ago. And we talk about making America healthy today. Again, it's not just doctor care, medical care. We have millions of people working for starvation wages. You cannot be healthy.
High
You're
five.
working 50 or 60 hours a week and you
course
can't
he does.
afford.
Why do you
the
think Ryan
rent
Cohen
that
moved his
your
Jimmy shares to his
landlord
LLC
charge you.
from
Stress
him directly
kills.
owning? I have no
Stress
idea. I
makes
don't
us
know
sick. So,
the thoughts
Mr.
behind
Chairman,
that.
let me just say this. I
Or
think the
reasoning
issues
or ration.
that have been raised
Uber
in,
popping up again.
This hearing today are of enormous importance. I look
What was
forward to
it,
working with you and
63
other
or
members of
sorry,
this committee
6603?
to make sure that we develop the policies that have the courage to take on very powerful and wealthy special interests. So, in fact, that we can make America healthy. Thank you.
This concludes our hearing. For any senators who wish to ask additional questions, questions for the record will be due tomorrow on Friday, January 31st at 5 p.m.
All righty. Damn. NVIDIA making kind of like a 15-minute M pattern here. Watch that 119 level. IZTC. Oh, BFRG is Way over my levels. Gold GS, is that Goldman Sachs? What are you saying there, Chase? Google offering revolutionary exit for employees working on Pixel Android. Some daily levels. We got the 70, which we just broke. And then 77. No, I do not have a headline on that. Let's let that percolate a little bit. See what happens. Yellowing? No. So CLEU has been off my list for quite some time on that drop. This is just a Chinese, we see this all the time with these Chinese companies, right? They have some stock and all of a sudden in one day it will go to nothing. So I don't trade this. Yes, you will get your pops and whatever, but I don't care. Like I'm not touching it. There's other things I can lose my money on. This is not one that I want to. PS still doing some stuff, huh? Betty, you gonna put in a massive cuck and go here? 15-minute? Maybe. We'll see. Cascade. That's not what I typed. Cool. We got a 5-minute building on Tesla. It's been super strong. Shoot, might not even be a 5-minute. Might just be continuation at this point. Okay. Dude, what if this goes red to green? That'd be pretty remarkable. Uber starting to juice. Wow. Well, you got a piece of that Acon? That was a tough trader, but good moves. Very tough trader. Got 5 minutes left on this NVIDIA 15, but it's about to do a cut go on the 15. Great hold of the 9 EMA so far. Oh, come on. Give me the juice. Not giving me the juice. Sorry I ruined it for everybody. We even green on the day. $42. Worked all day. 42 bucks. Freaking A, man. It's got some sauce. It's better than yesterday, though, right? Am I right? Eh? Monthly wage in India. It's true. It's true. Gotta keep it all. No. A little bit of a 2-point wedge going on here. See? Maybe more. BOAS. Okay. Any thoughts on gold on all-time highs? I'm not really one that follows gold. It would be the worst to ask about it. Which trader's mentioning it? Hesitant. Because every time it gets up into here, sell off. Right? Every one of these, sell off, sell off, sell off, sell off. I don't know what's up with BAOS. I think just juiced. Chat's hot and heavy today, huh? Dodging Middle Eastern politics. Maybe 5-minute cut go. Tesla 5-minute building. No, the tax code is a problem, but it is not the problem. Boys, problem is we spend way too much damn money. Like you're trying to put a Band-Aid on someone that's lost their arm and is gushing blood out of it. And you can fix the tax code all you want. It ain't gonna fix the spending problem. And don't get me wrong, I hate the tax code. Oh man. But it isn't the problem. It's a problem. But fixing the tax code won't fix the problem. You feel me? Tesla 5-minute cut doing nothing. Is there truth in that? What are you talking about? Jeez. What? Oh, is that are you talking about the condoms going to Ukrainian soldiers or something like that? Is that the headline you were talking about? That's a hell of a lot of condoms, huh? Damn. We've done it before. The age range is mainly 25 to 45 with outliers on either side. There's the 5-minute. See if she's got any juice left in her. BAOS is still not open. Is this going to be a cock and drop? Is this am I really going to be in another cock and drop? That's a cock and drop, boys. Killed the move. Apologize. So this thing. Just no news, just random ass pops. JGel, what is cracking?
Yo man, I miss your smell, I miss your musk. Wish I could hang more. Well, just take my sub and shut the hell up, I guess.
Let's go, buddy. 47 months, OG in the hizzle. Hope you're doing well. Hope the unicorn's doing well. And little JGel. Oh, man. Good, JGel. Well, you better keep checking in. Can we please get the 50? Oh, did you see that? You see that big block come and just take it all out? disgusting. $144 is the level. Do it. Oh my gosh. Cannot hold. Now it's a W for 48. Shouldn't be this difficult. This is crazy. And go without me. I don't care. When are we gonna doing cameras? I haven't finished the other part I need to do, which is the wiring. Well, I mean, all the wires are up and outside, but I haven't like attached them to my house. They're just kind of hanging there out of my soffit. So it's like I need to do that first before I get some cameras. KO, that's usually a bigger float than I really care for. But holy straight up, huh? Straight up. UMBI? How do I like the Wi-Fi? Ubiquiti's Wi-Fi? Fine. If that's what you're asking. I don't even know what you're asking. C-Bus gifting out the sub. Let's go, buddy. $2.49 of the channel. She says within the next week or two. TSMC. Did I spell this wrong? TMC? TSM? Do I expect it to gap up? You mean fill this? It's following NVIDIA. You know, if the thesis is less demand for chips because people have figured out how to use them more efficiently, then that's bad for chip makers. I don't know. Do I take earnings YOLOs? Only when I'm really doing well in the year and stuff, which we're not right now. We're red today. $500.
You smell that? What is that?
What?
What's that smell?
Cosmo gifting out 5. First 5 to the channel. Cosmo!
Opportunity.
Let's go, bud.
Money. Okay. I smell money.
INTC. I don't know if I could do that. Cosme, what'd you make money on, bud? What you killing it on today? Straight into a cuck? Is that what I just hit? No, not yet. Zap, trying again. Watch Zap. Mediocre day today, but I feel like I've been here far too long. I need to give something back while I'm up. There you go, bud. Well done. Is Z-Trade Pro who has the most donos? You can see that list down below. There's a list app thingy. I don't know off top. I think it's Good Banana or Pizza Wrangler. Well, I think Pizza Wrangler. I think. Don't quote me on that. He went pretty ham during the COVID months. It's just infinite selling on this thing. There should be an app down below that has all... Jeez. That has all that stuff. In the About section? Think? I could be wrong. He stops in from time to time. He's mostly vacationing, partying, and he does work, so. No? No. Of course there's a 20,000 share. Oh, don't. Now it's telling me I don't have the shares to sell. Thank you, Eturd. Thank you. Oh, gosh. What are you doing here, Zap? This thing's a 4 million share float and it trades like 500 million share. And dump. Okay. Cock and trap. NXL 5-minute. And now Zap goes. Monitor just turned off again. It's doing it every like 30 minutes. And back on. Okay, just in time. Just in time to see me get that disgusting exit of a fill. Oh my gosh. It's disgusting. Italy just blocked Deep Sync. You can run it locally. Pop or drop coming on this AOMD. I don't know how often. It usually depends. Save us. It usually depends on the price action and on what I'm watching going on there. Yeah, well, I mean, you're just trying to be like a computer. You're going against computers, so you gotta be disciplined like one. Tesla 5-minute cuck. Watch for the go there. See if this is just a head fake. Right back underneath. It's gonna stay outside of it. Over 70. Otherwise, it's just a bull trap. Good volume, but still no movement topside. In fact, it's coming back down. I don't think I could short this still. Nope. I'm red right now, probably $1,000. It's been a shitty January. VAI. Crazy. MACD cross would be nice. This was like, oh, I have it on 5 minutes. Come on. So that was a 1 minute. I know it's a 1 minute cock. It's not doing anything for the first time in forever. Gaudy 3. No idea what you're talking about. As usual, cheese. Ah. 20,000 shares. Okay. You chunking it? You chunking? Oh. Hey. 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 Dip and rip. It's the dip and rip. Freaking savages, man. I had to sell them twice, you turd. It's a pretty freaking weak move. Been in this freaking trend all day. Wow. All day you've been in this downward trend. You finally break it, and this is all you do? Oh, it's cheaper than that video. All right, I'm calling it here. I got a phone call I have to take at 2 o'clock. So, piss poor day. What are we down? Like $800. It's not the end of the world. Absolute shitter of past 2 days. I'm like barely green on the month now. So I'll be BYON. I'll be back on after my phone call, so I'll be in Discord. But yeah, just shitter day. We'll be back at it tomorrow. The goal tomorrow is I'll be going small tomorrow because I do not want to go red on the month. That's the big thing. I might not even trade tomorrow. We'll see how the morning starts off. No, I'll trade, but I'll be like starting with 250 shares. That's it. Oh, look at AM. I see it dumping. Yep. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Peace out.